Call to order the City of Seaside City Council and the successor agency to the redevelopment agency to the City of Seaside. Regular 5 p.m. Meeting on Thursday, January 16, 2025. We're in City Hall chambers. We'll come to order. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Council and Agency Member Miller.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Burks.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Garcia Arizola.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Pacheco.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Oglesby.
Here.
You do have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We're going to item number 3, which is invocation. We will have a moment of silence, and then I will ask Councilmember Burks to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We'll go to item number 4, which is review of the agenda. City Manager, do you have any additions or deletions to the agenda? No, sir. Thank you so much. Item number 5 is closed session. I would ask the city attorney to read us into this closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. The council will have a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 on one matter of potential litigation. For the benefit of the public, I do not expect there to be any readout of actionable items taken during this closed session, and the estimated time for this closed session is relatively short. That concludes my read-in.
Thank you. Public comment is open on our closed session item.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Meyer. I am a member of the Neighborhood Improvement Commission, but I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen. First, I would like to talk about parking. So earlier this week.
Excuse me, ma'am. This is a public comment on our closed session items. This is not public comment.
It's not just open public comment.
No, that'll be right when we come back.
Okay.
In about
Sorry.
10 minutes. No, it's no problem. In about 10 or 12 minutes.
Thank you.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone to make public comment on our closed session items. Mayor, no members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Thank you. Public comment remains open for our closed session item. They're hearing.
No members have come forward to make public comment.
Thank you. Public comments closed on our closed session items. We will move into closed session. City Attorney will read us out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Council had a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 on one matter of potential litigation. There is no reportable action to report at this time. That concludes my reading.
Thank you. We'll go to item number 6, which is public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the city council on matters underneath the jurisdiction of the city of Seaside may do so now during public comment for up to 3 minutes. This is also the time that we ask you to comment on presentation items and to hold any comments on items on the agenda until the item is pulled or spoken to. You have 3 minutes at that time. For the benefit of the public, you would state your name. Public comments now.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Meyer. I'm a member of the Neighborhood Improvement Commission, but speaking tonight as a private citizen. So I have a couple of things I would like to speak about tonight. First is parking. Last week, we have 3 vehicles. We have our driveway can hold 2 vehicles. And so we have the 3rd vehicle parked out in the street. And last week, a code enforcement or parking enforcement person came by and marked our tires. And it's a little frustrating because, you know, we're getting to the age where we're going to be retiring and we're going to be traveling. And if we're gone, you know, and our tires get marked, I mean, what's going to happen? I mean, it's in front of our house. We pay taxes. I just don't think it's right that our tires are getting marked. But I do understand that the city has to, maintain who's leaving their cars just dumped in the street. I just wish they would find some kind of alternative, because neighbors can just tattletale on other neighbors, and then before you know it, your car is getting a ticket or towed or whatever, and you have every right to park in front of your house. The second thing I'd like to talk about tonight is the road conditions on Broadway. The road is so tore up from the new construction, and I would just urge City Council to hold that contractor as accountable and fix those roads. They're the ones that tore them up, putting in all those pipes or whatever they did, and I'd just like to see those roads fixed, Next is the situation that happened in New Orleans, where the guy drove in and ran over all those people. I would urge City Council to consider good concrete barriers or something to put up when we have our auto week. Something so that some crazy nut job can't come in and harm people that come to our city for the auto week. We need to have some kind of protection. I know we have some barriers up, but this guy was able to get around the barriers, and it may not ever happen. It may be for naught, but I just think that we need to be proactive and, protect our people and our visitors. And lastly, I would just like to say, congratulations to Chief Borges. He is an asset to our city, and I was really pleased to hear how his role in that case with the woman in Vallejo. And I'm just really proud to say that he is our chief of police for Seaside. And so I would just like the city council to know how much I admire and respect what he's doing. Thank you.
So the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city attorney, and city manager. My name is Davine Myers, and I'm a resident of Seaside. And I'm looking forward to hearing your report of the enforcement of the existing law banning illegal fireworks, especially in lieu of all the illegal activity this past New Year's. My fondest wish would be for the council and the state of California to officially ban all fireworks in the state. This wish has only become stronger since the tragedy in the Los Angeles area. According to the Washington Post, it is suspected that the Pacific Palisades fire was started from illegal fireworks. How many more people have to die, lose their homes and livelihood to California wildfires? Banning all fireworks would be a good start, in my opinion. It is my understanding that there is a curfew on all fireworks, including Safe and Sane, after 10 p.m. on July 4th. I hope that word has gone out to the public so that they're aware of that effect and that citations can be given in those instances. I would also like to verify a rumor that I heard earlier this year that fines for offenders of illegal fireworks were going to be filtered through the state franchise tax board and collected through their state taxes. So I also heard that this may not be the case. So I would just like to see that clarified. And I think you all know that my friends and I have had a committee and we've worked long and hard and put a lot of labor and many miles of walking to address the fireworks issue. So I hope that that can be handled here. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Diane Nielsen, Seaside resident. I'm speaking on the same issue of the continuing illegal fireworks and how it still impacts our city so much. And I know it's a difficult situation, but I know we can do more. I know the city can do more. I think that it would be a good idea for either to talk to a city that has it under control and maybe use their example, or collaborate with other cities that have the same problem and ask them what they're doing. And I have the same question regarding how are the fines collected? And the Pacific Palisades fire very well may have been started by fireworks. We are burning in California, and it's a very scary thing. So many of us are on edge about what can happen here. And I would hate to see us in the same situation. I feel like the police department needs to step out of their car and engage more with citizens around where fireworks happen, whether they know which house it came from or not, that they can actually talk to people instead of driving by. More education. We can't have too much education on this about what it does, the injuries it causes, the fires it causes, the disruption and damage it does to individuals that are ill and veterans. And I believe there should be higher consequences. I don't know. I mean, I've heard that it's something that you don't actually give us a ticket for, but you can fine them. And I don't really understand that. And I too believe that the state of California should ban every type of firework in the state. And thank you for your time.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Wilford Brandes on Mescal Street. Actually, I want to address the issue of fireworks. We all know it's a problem, and we've seen the problem over the many, many years. Otherwise, it would never have come to an election. So I've been thinking, what kind of solutions do we have? One of the solutions that was often proposed was, well, how about if we put them in public places around Seaside and mark everybody else off? But then everybody's going to shoot fireworks probably in each other's face. So that's probably not a good idea. Another solution would be maybe to allow more freedom on the city streets for fire trucks and police to reach people. but on July 4th, I think that's probably an unworkable solution. So one of the first things that you probably should do as a city is get a mailer together, both in English and in Spanish, and let everybody know that fireworks are illegal. Not just put up signs, but do it in a mailer. You've got everybody's residence address. Say fireworks are, allowed, but illegal fireworks are not allowed. Clearly spell out what those are. And then with that mailer say, and if you see any illegal fireworks, here are the numbers to call. So that everybody has those numbers in their hands. And then make sure that people answer those numbers. I tried that last year. Not a single number answered me. I called several times. Nobody answered me. I figured you're probably short-staffed on the phones and you probably have people out there, doing drones or whatever. But you got to have some kind of a call center whereby, when 10 calls come in, 10 calls can get answered. But in my case, nobody answered. None of the numbers that were out there. So if people have numbers in their hands and they can call and they can report and say, I see fireworks on my street, I see it across the street, that's a great start to at least, pinpoint the illegal fireworks as one solution. I think that's workable. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Ray Reardon, NIC. I was just elected the new chairperson, and Tiffany Myers was elected as the assistant chair. And I just wanted to bring up a couple of things that we are working on already. And first of all is that we would like to have a 7th member on our team. Right now we have 6. And when there's a vote, there's a tie, nothing really gets done. And if we could possibly drum up another candidate, that would be great. Or I've heard check, we have no applicants, but I have a few people in my neighborhood that could possibly join or that you could think of. But we really need one more so we break the tie. The second thing is we're having our retreat on March 1st to go through all our projects that we will be submitting to you all, to have you look at it. And on top of that, I am going to ask if I can meet with each one of you by email and meet with you to talk to you about what you would like to have us work on and present to you. Brick and mortars doesn't tell us a lot what to do and what you are thinking. We would like to hear what your ideas are. So when we come, we didn't, I hate to say it, waste all our time, but we did a good presentation to you. Okay. The second thing I want to talk to you about is Honolulu. If you didn't hear about that dramatic incident on January 3rd, Honolulu, if you don't know what it is, it's called a cake. And it has these fireworks that shoot off everywhere. The cake fell and it went into a garage. It killed 3 women. Brain matter was scattered all over the sidewalk. 20 people were injured on top of that. And guess what? Safe and sane. That's what they allow. Honolulu is known for their fireworks, but I guarantee you, my brother lives over there. They are making changes as we speak because it's horrific what happened there. And it's no one's fault except the people that don't know how to abide by the rules. Safe and sane. But I think all of us have to suffer and bite the bullet and say no more fireworks, because that could happen here. I mean, I think the chief of police, he's arrested people with 1,000 pounds of fireworks in the garage or this or that. I mean, something like that, the candle goes off and explodes all that. You don't get away from it. So that's all I have to say. I look forward to my emails coming to you. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura James. In November, the residents of Seaside voted to keep safe and sane fireworks in our community. This was on the ballot. Previously to that, the previous city council, when Wizard was here, it also was brought up to be put on the ballot, and the mayor voted for it to be on the ballot. So twice we've had a recommendation to be on the ballot, and now this most recent election, the residents of Seaside voted to keep fireworks here in our city. So I can appreciate everybody saying we need to ban them, but we can't go against what the residents who voted for. So I want to thank the Seaside Police Department, Seaside Fire for working hard to keep our city safe. I know that all eyes are going to be on our city attorney tonight when she gives her presentation on the fireworks. It's obvious that she's going to have spent a lot of time on how many tickets were given, how many appeals are done. There's a lot of work. I heard someone here mention that the Seaside PD just sits in their car. And that is not true. I have seen them get out of their car. They're looking online. They have a whole task force up at the school, and they are really working diligently to make sure that every call that they get out to the streets to figure out where the fireworks are coming from. Unfortunately, we're seeing people light a firework, not from their own home. They're running to someone else's home and running back somewhere else. And so by the time the police get there, everyone splits or no one says what happened, or they have safe and sane. So, you also see online people saying they're not doing anything for the fireworks. I just saw fireworks in the sky, but no one's putting the addresses. No one wants to report those are. So you expect that the Seaside PD is supposed to know where every single firework in the sky is coming from if they don't have an address to start. So let's give our Seaside Fire Department and our Seaside Police Department some assistance if we really want them to get out there. Lastly, I would like to say, it seems that there's been 59 citations this year versus 39 in the previous year. So I just want to say that's a great bump up increase in tickets. We'll see what the collection numbers are looking like. I think if we get a task force together between Seaside PD and fire department, then maybe this could be an amazing way to get enforcement, bring down the activity of fireworks, educate our community, as somebody else said. I think that everybody's going to learn in our city that illegal fireworks are not welcome in Seaside. And as our police chief says, not in Seaside.
Hello, Linda Cunningham, Homeless Commission, but I'm here speaking as myself. Hadn't really planned on talking about the fireworks, but I agree. The people of Seaside chose to keep safe and sane fireworks. We have to accept that until maybe the next election and we try again. I also believe our police and fire are doing more than anybody. I think some professional is here and stated that. And I believe that to be true. I hear a lot of people say, well, you should do something. You know what? You got Google. You go find what's working somewhere else. And why don't you present us solutions here and saying magically somewhere there's a solution and somebody else can go find that solution, because I don't believe anybody solved this problem. I do know when the fireworks expert came and spoke to the group I was with, he said there's two cities in Nevada, just across the border. Their only business is brothels and fireworks. Those two cities don't care if California burns down. They're perfectly happy to keep selling fireworks to people who you can't educate. You can't teach them it's bad. It could start a fire. You could lose your eye. They don't care. They just bang. You can't educate these people. We have to leave them where they are and move on. And I believe our fire department is leading the way and police department of anywhere in the United States on stopping these. And I would really like to see pressure on Nevada to stop selling fireworks. And I believe there's a lot coming in through the port down south. And I want to go to my one other thing. I would like in 2025 to see an evacuation plan. We have to know, are we going up the hill? Are we going down the hill? I heard a lot of people say they couldn't tell where they were going. Maybe we need to spray paint exit signs down on the ground. So if there's smoke, people know, where am I going? Some people don't know which is north and south. You can't say, meet me on the northeast corner. They don't know where north or east corner is. I mean, you need a way to communicate. Anyways, I hope we have an evacuation plan. I want to get to what I wanted to talk about. And that's Seaside Accomplishments 2024. Off the top of my head, this is not a complete list. Mural at the skate park, parking lot at the skate park, mural at Oldemeyer Center, I think there's a mural on a market somewhere. Benches along General Jim Moore, absolutely beautiful. I've seen people on it. Wraps on the utility boxes, downtown Seaside sign, Broadway Cypress Street, pampered, new landscaping, dressed up with lights, a QR code with all the restaurants on. I think there's over 20 restaurants in Seaside. Lincoln Cunningham Park, come on, no relation to me, but it's looking beautiful. That new path, the cement construction, it's looking good already. Fremont medians look great. National award for our housing, wasn't that an enclave? Wasn't that a national award we got? 5-star resort going in at the golf course. Seaside fire drones helped find the person who was shooting all those animals in Prunedale. First drone show in the city for our city's 70th birthday party. The flock cameras, I think, went in last year. High 5 yard cleanup to help people who possibly want their yard better, but they just can't do it. We were an international news story with the boat mural on the fencing required by the city to hide the actual boat. Our temp city manager, Chief Borges, is the high five seen around the world. Then we have the new signs at City Hall, including this one. The old one was looking really bad. The police lobby was remodeled. There's a whole new vibe down there. There's a new bike shop. There was a record number of fireworks citations. I think we had a record number of illegal fireworks confiscated.
I'm sorry, you probably can go on for hours.
I want to say thank you.
But you're out of time.
Yes.
You're out of time.
Right, how do I follow that? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, city council members, city attorney and city manager. Bobby Maxwell, I'm the president of the Police Activities League. And I would like to thank you, Chief Borges, for all the work that you've done on all the cold cases since you've been in our city. You are truly an asset to our community. You've made the police department more just a kinder, friendlier place for our whole community. And what I really came up here for, besides that, because I really appreciate your friendship also, our Police Activities League basketball season has started. The first games were last Saturday, and they will continue through the beginning of March. And they're every Saturday at Seaside High School. So if you have an opportunity to stop in and check out the young people that are playing out there, and just make time, please, to show your support for them. Because there's a lot of great role models out there and mentors. Sarah Cotham, who is the sports coordinator for the recreation department, is doing a really bang-up job, wonderful job with her leadership in that program. There was something else I was going to say too. I have a few seconds here. It's nice to see these young people that are behind me too. I know they're here for something other than basketball because they're all baseball players, but it's all good. Any kind of youth activities we need to really support because that is our future. And I advocate for them in whatever they're doing. So thank you for your time.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
The public comment remains open.
Mayor, no members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Thank you. Public comments closed. Mr. City Manager, did you hear any issues, concerns, or questions that you can answer at this moment?
Well, I think the most efficient way to put it is there's a lot of discussion about fireworks, and we're going to have a fireworks presentation very shortly. On the topic of parking, that's a policy issue. How we go about enforcing that, I think staff can maybe think through. Instead of marking, we can maybe use some technology. Jersey barriers are part of the discussion when we look at special events. And the list of accomplishments is great because we have a wonderful council and a great staff.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say I think our police and fire, particularly our police, are doing a wonderful job as they try to navigate how to catch people doing illegal stuff. And it's very difficult to track down the people using illegal fireworks, as we all know. I think illegal fireworks, or other than safe and sane, is illegal throughout the state of California. And so, having said that, I don't think you can buy those unsafe and sane fireworks in the state of California. And so it's very difficult for us to sit up here and say, hey, well, let's do more education to tell people they shouldn't shoot off these illegal fireworks when there's nowhere in the state you can buy them legally. So you start off doing something illegal, if that makes sense to people, right? You can't go in the grocery store, you can't go in any store in California and buy fireworks to go in the air. So when you're going to somebody's garage or they're selling out the back of their car, something is hinky, right? So we will continue to educate people. We'll continue to do as much as we can, but we haven't stopped that. So, and we won't stop that. It's illegal here in the city of Seaside. We will continue to try to track those folks down. My last comment, just in general, when we're talking about as members of these boards and commissions, as individuals, you can always come down here and say your piece in your 3 minutes worth of public comment. But the work you do as a commission, you need to work with your liaison and contact them and have them work with you about your work plan and things of that nature. Of course, you can always call individual council members, but as a group, we decide on your recommendations, and it's a little inappropriate for individual members to tell you as a commission what projects I want to see come out of that group. That's why we ask citizens to come up with them. I thought we were supposed to come up with somebody did want to have a better definition of brick and mortars, and so we need to finish that conversation. So we look forward to talking to whoever want to talk to us. Next, we will go on to item number 7, public agency communications, which is the newsreel.
Let's step into this week's edition of Seaside City News, covering more of the events happening this January. The following is a message regarding Spanish interpretation options for this meeting. Si los asistentes que se unen a nosotros hoy desean escuchar la presentación de hoy en español, inicien sesión en Zoom e ingresen el ID de la reunión. Busquen el icono de interpretación en los controles de la reunión. Para usar la función de interpretación de idiomas, deben descargar la aplicación Zoom en su computadora de escritorio, teléfono inteligente o tableta. Luego verán los canales de idiomas. Seleccionen Español. Para asistencia técnica o de interpretación de idiomas, visiten el mostrador del secretario municipal en el ayuntamiento o envíen un correo electrónico a cityclerk@ci.seaside.ca.us. Gracias. Have you ever wanted to run a daycare from your home? The Central California Small Business Development Center, in a collaboration with Nurture, has created a 12-week child care business program. Along with free online training, the course offers business advising services and a $1,000 startup grant upon completion. To learn more about this exciting program, visit bit.ly/smallbizchildcare. Speaking of local kiddos, if you or someone you know is looking for a place to send their preschooler this spring, Seaside's Tiny Tot University is now enrolling. This program includes singing, stories, construction, painting, drawing, unit block work, writing, crafts, and so much more. Classes are offered on a first-come, first-served basis, so call 831-899-6823 to set up an interview before it's too late. Monterey Peninsula Engineering continues to work on the Storm Drain Grate Upgrade Project Phase 2 for the city of Seaside. This project includes replacing 69 existing damaged or non-compliant storm grates with new bicycle-compliant ones. During construction, traffic and pedestrian control may be in place for public safety. For project updates, visit the Construction Updates page of the city's website. The Engineering and Public Works Department would like to announce several bid opportunities for work in the city of Seaside. There's a demo project on former Fort Ord, an on-call contract for architects, an RFP for street and traffic light maintenance, and a kitchen renovation project for the Seaside Fire Station. For more information on these and future projects, search bids and proposals on the city's website. Marina Landscape Incorporated has begun the construction of the Fremont Median's renovation project for the city of Seaside. The project construction will include gravel, mulch, planting, and irrigation improvements to the existing medians on Fremont Boulevard from Kimball Avenue to the Monterey Road Highway 1 intersection. Traffic and pedestrian control may be in place for public safety. For project updates, visit the Construction Updates page of the city's website. Monterey Peninsula Engineering continues the construction of the Lincoln Cunningham Park Phase 1 Arterial Trail project for the city of Seaside. This project includes the construction of a concrete multi-use path through Lincoln Cunningham Park from San Pablo Avenue to Lincoln Street, pedestrian paths from the new multi-use path to Yerba Buena Court, Lindbergh Court, and Serape Court, storm drainage improvements, curb ramp retrofits, one on-street accessible parking stall, and seating for erosion control. The project is expected to be completed in early 2025. The Central Coast Small Business Development Center is offering a number of opportunities for resources, grants, and workshops tailored to help local entrepreneurs. Whether you are looking for office space, starting up a home-based food business, or an at-home daycare, there's a program catered just for you. Visit centralcoastsbdc.com for more information. The Friends of Seaside Parks Association is having several work days all over the city this January. On Saturday, the 18th, FOSPA will be at Mescal Neal Park, and the 25th, they'll be at Beta Park. This is an incredible opportunity to feel good while doing good, so don't miss out. For more information, including future dates and locations, visit friendsofseasideparks.org. On Monday, January 20th, the Monterey County Black Caucus and the City of Seaside present the 2025 MLK Day Parade. Come out and celebrate the birthday and legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The meetup will be at the corner of Obama Way and Noche Buena at 11 a.m., with the walk to Oldemeyer Center beginning at noon. Don't miss out on this opportunity to remember, share, and grow as we honor Dr. King's memory. On Friday, February 7th, the Seaside Recreation Department presents this year's An Evening with My Gal Father-Daughter Dance. This event runs from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. in Laguna Grande Hall at Oldemeyer Center. Admission is $10 for father and daughter, $5 for each additional adult, and $3 for each additional child. For more information, call 831-899-6800. We appreciate you tuning in to Seaside City News, where we work to include, innovate, and inspire. We will be back with more exciting news to share with you this February. Until then, be safe, live fully, and enjoy all our city has to offer. Thank you, Seaside.
Thank you. Next we go to presentations, 8A, fireworks activity and update. The city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The city attorney has this one.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. My name is Sherry Damon. I'm the city attorney here in the city of Seaside, and tonight I will be presenting to you the fireworks collection update. Next slide. Thank you. So just a little bit of background about the city's fireworks ordinance. It's contained in the Seaside Municipal Code, Chapter 8.32. The city drafted the original ordinance in 2014, and it's been amended a couple of times for very significant reasons in 2019 and again in 2023. there are some noteworthy provisions of our fireworks ordinance. The first and foremost is all fireworks are banned in the city. Legal, illegal, safe and sane. The only exception is for a very short period of time at the end of June, from June 28th to July 5th. That is when the safe and sane fireworks are allowed to be bought, sold, used, stored, possessed. And then the other big noteworthy provision that's not on this slide, but it is a very important part of the ordinance, and everybody in the city who's gotten a fireworks citation is going to learn that our fireworks ordinance requires that property owners are ultimately responsible for the actions that happen on their property. So if you are a landlord and you are renting to a tenant, we're going to try for the tenant, but at the end of the day, we're going to be sending letters to both the property owner and the resident who's ever in the property where the illegal fireworks activity is observed. So those are really noteworthy provisions, and you're going to start to see that ramp up as we continue through our enforcement activities. And finally, just by background, the city attorney's office citations were issued previously, but they were collected on the administrative side of the house, primarily by our finance department and not by the city attorney's office. The city attorney's office has really started to ramp up the enforcement activities starting in 2023 season and now in the 2024 season. And it's a continuous improvement work in progress. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of administrative citations from 2019 to 2024 and the amount of collected on the citations that were issued. You can see that in 2019, we were down at 11 citations. 2020, it went up, but there were no collections. 2020 was an unusual year. It was a COVID year. And so there were no real collection activities going on during that. 2021, 15 citations, 2 collected. 2022, 20 citations. So you can see they're starting to tick up. Only 1 collected. In 2023, the chief came to the city attorney's office and said, hey, can you help us? Can you help us try to get some better collections? So in 2023, not only did the PD's office start to tick up the tickets with 39 tickets issued, the collections started to jump a little bit. So we're at 10 collections in 2023, and in 2024, 59 citations, and those are administrative citations only, not criminal citations for illegal fireworks confiscated. These are just administrative citations. And you can see we're at 11, but I can tell you it's actually 12 because today we received 1 more. The city attorney's collection efforts are ongoing, and we routinely are sending out the notices that are required in order to submit these fines and past due fines to the Franchise Tax Board. Next slide, please. So this table tries to capture the breadth of everything that's going on between New Year's Eve 2023 and I'm just going to note here, there are illegal fireworks on New Year's Eve, but that's not really the primary focus of New Year's Eve. There's so much more that PD focuses on. It's not just illegal fireworks, it's the drunk drivers, it's the parties, it's the noise. So I'm just, as you look at these numbers and you're thinking about what you observe in the city, just keep in mind PD is, and the chief can speak to this more, but these are the overall numbers. For 2024, we had 59 total citations between New Year's Eve 2023 and July 4th. 29 of those are currently past due. 19 of those are appealed. 14 were voided or dismissed by either the police department before any appeal hearings or because there's a lack of evidence or a defect in the citation. So, this is a continuous improvement process. And part of prosecuting these administrative citations is making sure that the citations are appropriately issued to begin with. That's why you have a process. 11 of those, actually now 12, have been paid, and we have 5 pending appeal. Some of the notes, though, about this process. So when we talk about 19 appeals, an appeal is involved. It involves usually 1 or 2 or 3 letters. It involves contacting the parties, contacting the police, contacting everybody to set the date, contacting and scheduling a hearing officer. It requires a review of drone footage, which might be anywhere from 30 seconds to half an hour. You don't know, but you have to prepare each individual one. On average, I would say each one of these appeal is anywhere from 3 to 5 hours to prepare an appeal, between all of the staff time in terms of the letters, the scheduling, the review of the documents, the hearing officer's time to preparing the appeal decisions. Like I said, 12 are paid and we have 5 pending appeals. So we're percentage for 2024 is looking reasonably good. Right now, we're at about 25% in terms of collections, and that's not including the pending appeals. So if we are successful in winning all of the appeals, the percentage is going to jump up to 36 or 37%. So not 100% by any stretch of the means, but a lot more than the 5% that we saw in some of the earlier years. Next slide. By comparison, this is the 2023 statistics. We had 39 administrative citations, 17 are past due, 4 were appealed, 12 were voided or dismissed, 10 were paid, and there is nothing pending. I heard the public ask some questions about the franchise tax board. So next slide. And the city applied to the franchise tax board revenue intercept program in 2023 and 2024. We were accepted in 2024, and we've had our documents approved by the franchise tax board. It's not a fast process to get approved. They have to review all of the letters and the techniques that you use to verify that these fines are past due debts, are debts that are owed the city. So there's a lot of due process in order to make sure the franchise tax board will do what they need to do to divert the revenues that may be up at the franchise tax board. The program that the city is admitted to allows us to submit not only past due fireworks fines, but other kinds of fines or debts that we have as well, by as long as we comply with the appropriate things. So that is something that we'll be working with finance on to use. It's a powerful tool that is out there for collections of debts by individuals where they owe the city. Franchise tax board does only allow 1 submittal a year. So you got 1 shot. And they actually sent the city this year a test. So they will ask you to submit information for 10 sample debts to make sure that it's appropriate for their system. So when they run it through their system, you get the best result from their system. Do you have a person's name? Do you have their social security number? Do you have the address? You know, it has to be in a certain format in a certain way. So the city has not submitted anything to the franchise tax board as of today, but we have the process, and we are not precluded from submitting any of our 2023 or 2024 debts that are adequately noticed to the franchise tax board. So we are gearing that up for submission. And we are working with the franchise tax board continuously to make sure that we have the appropriate information to make sure that that's as successful as we can make it. Next slide. So we do have a suggestion. Somebody suggested a task force. One of the recommendations that the city attorney's office is making to the city manager and is that the city attorney's office, the fire department, and the police department can convene a FADE team. That's what we're going to call this team, a FADE team. And it's fireworks, action team, deterrent, and enforcement. FADE. Fade those bright fireworks down to manageable. And the deterrent part of this is education, outreach, and consequences, working with our flock camera system Police department has already implemented some of these continuous improvement projects, like sending blocks of neighborhoods information. When the flock camera recognizes a fireworks shot, a boom of a firework, there's a process in PD that a letter is sent to the neighborhood notifying them that fireworks are dangerous, illegal at all times of the year, except for a certain period of time, and that their block has heard, our system has heard some activity in that area. So there's some continuous improvement things that I know the chief is thinking about how to maximize that piece of data and technology. But that's an example of that education, how that can work and work. We're going to be working on reducing the amount of dismissals and voids by trying to refine how we issue the tickets and how we put them into the system at the front end of the process, so that we don't end up with as many dismissals for lack of evidence or a defect in the citation process. Sometimes properties get cited where people are running down the street. They're really coming from a different house. But what a drone sees, it sees a shot up above my house. It doesn't see necessarily the little people that ran from the next door neighbor's house 2 doors down. So that is a continuous improvement type of activity that the FADE team will want to address and troubleshoot and really think about some creative ways to try to address that. Better coordination between the citing officers, extra security guards, and appeal hearing process. So again, continuous improvement process. There were a lot of appeals, 19 appeals. We did reduce the appeal hearing cost. At one point in 2019, the city had outsourced collections to Monterey College of Law, which they are a great organization, but we ended up with one collection or two
As I'm in the midst of
collections.
applying for
And so we
residency
brought
right
that
now,
process
wish me luck.
in-house. We have an in-house hearing officer that is doing that. We are training administrative staff in the city attorney's office to help with the preparation and compiling of the appropriate data and scheduling and notification to make sure that we can get as much of that done and coordinated ahead of time. And I know from the city attorney's office, we're committed to trying to lay out a process for not just city attorney's office and not just to get to 100% collections. That's not really the overall goal from my standpoint, but it is to set forward a process that is consistent and can be dropped in any department, and every department inside the city could just take those letters that we're working on, the form letters, the form process, the spreadsheets, the compilation and scheduling, and run it through their system just as well as a city attorney's office can. So we're really working to do two things: reduce and tighten up everything in terms of, if you get a ticket from the city or you get a letter, you're going to have to take it seriously, because we're coming for you, and eventually those tickets are going to go to someplace to be collected. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Do you want to go? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. This may not be directly to you, Mr. City Attorney, but to staff in general or to the police department. I've heard the security guards who issued the citations did not show up for the hearings 5 to 8 times. What are we going to do to improve if we are going to continue using security guards?
Through the mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So statistically, of the 14 dismissals that happened in 2024, 8 of those were dismissed. They were issued by the security company and they were dismissed. And I haven't talked to the chief about it, but I have talked to some of the head of the security company. And I think there are maybe some continuous improvement discussions that need to happen there.
Okay.
I don't know, Chief, do you have anything?
Which one? Come on down, chief.
Whoever wants to answer it, and that's acceptable if that's it, or the chief adds some other words of wisdom, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council and members of the public. Yes, we did have some challenges. It's the first time we used a security company. These are not police officers. This put more eyes and ears on the street for us. That was effective in certain terms. But we also found some flaws where they were issuing citations in incorrect locations. And during the hearings, we had situations where they weren't showing up for the appeal hearings, and that posed a challenge because we couldn't send a police officer in their place. So that's something that we'll work out through contracts in the future if we continue to use security officers to make sure that that's part of the contract. They have to be with us that evening all the way through a citation to the appeal, and then we have to work with them on accuracy.
So the goal will be to tighten up the contract with the security company to encourage them both to demand that they be there for the hearings as appropriate.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, the percentage of collection of fines this past year was very low, but there has been improvement over previous years. Collection of fines matters and a necessity when citations are issued. If we are going to lessen the fireworks in this new plan or the old plan, do you think it can be effective? And what can residents do to assist with the enforcement of the law?
Well, those are really great questions. I think the program, as we've conceived it, once they get submitted to the franchise tax board, it is starting already to become very effective. Just this week, we sent out reminder letters and we got 2 more payments on our citations. So the program is starting to show that people are starting to take seriously the citation and payment process. And then as we go on, the question is, how can residents help? Well, two or three different ways. In terms of accuracy, reporting the illegal firework activity the night of and working with PD and the boots on the ground is paramount. That's how a citizen can help in that. It helps improve the accuracy for issuing the citations at the front end of the process. In terms of collections, if you get a letter and you are a property owner and you have a tenant in your property, most tenancies have provisions in the leases that say if you as a tenant are doing something illegal on your property, you're responsible. And that can be a way that people in Seaside who own property where their tenants are getting cited, just to remind their tenants, hey, you better take this seriously. This is not okay. It's illegal. Everybody has to take that seriously. So, and other than that, there's not a whole bunch of additional, I don't think, that on the collection side, a public member could do.
Good. And just one more question, or even a suggestion. Could we add to the initial ordinance that the fine would be doubled to the property owners if a citation was proven legal upon the second issuing of a proven citation with the 3 years and doubled again upon each additional citation? And could that be another tool in the tool belt to encourage the residents to follow the law, I guess is the goal.
That's a really tricky subject for a lot of different reasons. However, there are potentially some actions that we can do. We already issue multiple citations a night to people. So we've had appeals of multiple citations in one night. So, from year to year, we might be citing a residence and it might be different tenants, different people, different owners in the next year. So can you do it? Yeah, it's possible, but the enforcement is very difficult. And it may not even be effective because you may have completely different people from year to year.
I'm just trying to find suggestions to make it, so I'll ask it another way and then I'll go with it. I'm sorry. So Tom that lives at 1540 wearing. I'm making that up. Everybody that, I don't know anybody. Tom is my best buddy and I wouldn't throw him under the bus. And he gets caught for illegal fireworks, be at his property because it's the property owner, I guess. And he gets caught, he goes to the hearing, $1,000 fine, he pays the fine, everybody's happy. 2 years from now, Tom just says, well, I'm going to give it another shot. And he has lots of Tom, he lives in a very nice house, can afford the second fine, but Tom in 2 years gets caught doing it again and he gets the same 1,000. Is there any way if Tom's the same person and the same property owner? Because I think the only way you learn sometimes the hard way, you put your hand on a boiler and it may take 2 or 3 times to learn until you get that second or third degree to burn. So I'm just trying to find ways to make somebody pay the piper if they're continuing breaking the law, kind of like the first, second, and third strike, you go to prison for the rest of your life or whatever it be. I'm not suggesting that either. I'm just using that as an example.
So I'd really like to think on it a little bit, but I can tell you in general, progressive fines, like what you're talking about, that's a progressive fine.
Right.
Are possible. How we would enforce it for this specific activity, fireworks, may be difficult in terms of protecting due process.
And my goal was to try to find.
Hold on. Go ahead, speak it to the mic, but
Sorry.
I thought
That's it then, I'll be done.
yeah, the thing is, we agree with your goal.
Yeah.
And I thought when you asked the question the first time, it was clear.
Okay.
Right? And so I'm glad we got the answer, that it can be done. It's just how do we work our way through it?
Thank you.
No, thank you for that point. Council member, Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Few questions I have here. This FADE team, is that an internal team or is that something that we consider maybe the public, since the public is interested in this topic?
Thank you for that question. As it's been conceived here, it's an internal team.
Okay, thank you. And then there was a slide up there about administrative citations. This might be to the chief or to our attorney. Is there also a criminal citation that could be an option of a police officer to make that decision?
Thank you. Absolutely. And I just want to point out on this slide, when we talk about in 2023, 39 citations, it was in the 60s. I forget the exact number. I want to say 68, but that may be too high. It might have been 62, but it was in the 60s. We also issue criminal citations in situations where we actually catch somebody. We will make arrests or issue criminal citations and go to court. But keep in mind, even with those, with our district attorney's office, a lot of those also get dismissed for a variety of reasons. Some reasons I don't agree with, but that does happen. But to answer your question, yes, we do a lot more than just citations on these nights.
So would it be fair to say like another column with criminal tickets might be helpful?
Yes, and we do report that in our after action report every year after the 4th of July.
And if I understand correctly, if you're issued a criminal ticket, then you go through, is it a misdemeanor or an infraction?
It's a misdemeanor. It could be a felony depending on pounds, but
So if
traditionally they're misdemeanors.
if you're issued a criminal citation for this, then it goes through the court process in Salinas and lawyers are involved, but that's not necessarily the case with an administrative citation. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. The standard, the burden of proof that we have to establish on the administrative side is really why we moved a lot towards this, is that you don't have to actually present who you are as a witness, where in a criminal case, you have to identify who you are reporting the crime, and you have to show up in court and say, I saw this happen as a witness before somebody who's a defendant, where in this case, that doesn't have to happen.
So it seems that in a criminal citation, it's beyond a reasonable doubt, the standard, Mr. Attorney, and in administrative citation is the standard lower?
Yes. So in administrative citations, we still have to give up the citation, but the burden of proof is it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just a substantial evidence, 51%.
Preponderance of the evidence.
Preponderance. Yep.
Preponderance of the evidence. And so our hearing officer decides if there's enough evidence to proceed.
our hearing officer does that.
And has there been one source, such as the drone or the security team or the police? Has there been one source that has been easier to enforce?
My observation would be yes. The personal observations of our police department are the easiest ones, in my opinion, to enforce. The second ones that are in terms of priority would be drone footage. Some drone footage is better than others. You can see the house, you can see the detail, you can see people walking up and down the street with the drone footage. You can see an illegal firework going off, and then 1 minute later, the safe and sane fireworks going off. You can see all that on certain drone footage. So drone footage is the second one, and the third one I would put the security company, but only because it was the first year. There's some contract issues and some training issues that need to happen, I think, to make those citations more enforceable with personal observation.
Thank you. And my very last question is it possible to see some of that drone footage here in a council meeting? Or just to show the public exactly what we're looking at? I mean, do we have a sample of that?
That'll be a question for the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all my questions. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, it gets tricky showing people doing potentially illegal stuff, so. Before they're actually adjudicated that way. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. My questions are for the police chief for the first half. What causes a citation to be voided or dismissed by a police department?
It could be a variety of reasons. It could be that maybe we gain more information after we view in-depth drone footage later on. It could be that we work with somebody maybe to get information on someone else who has fireworks. It could be a variety of different reasons. And I just want to add one point to this conversation is our city council, our city does more than any other city that faces the same problem. And although we talk about this topic from time to time, it's important to recognize we are, even though we have so much work to do and we have so much more ground to cover to be better, we are the hub. When we heard earlier about we should look at other agencies. Next week, I have a meeting with the county. The county is reaching out to the City of Seaside Police Department to ask us what we are doing because we see some progress. And I'll be meeting with the county supervisor next week regarding the issues in Castroville. We had a task force, if you guys remember, about a year plus 2 years ago. The concept was very good. The idea was good. It was effective. It was based out of East Palo Alto. The problem is if you do not get these resources year after year, it goes away immediately after. So part of the FADE program that we've talked about with our city attorney is really looking internally and expanding on what we are already doing. Our fire department, they do a phenomenal job, but we really think we need to split up our fire department doing the educational component and the police department doing the enforcement component. That would help us tremendously to come together. And I do have to credit our city attorney because when I look at this, I've been here a very long time. The numbers appear to be low, but this is a huge success. This is steps in the right direction. And our city attorney has been working with our department very effectively.
Was the increase in citations due to the increase in support with the security team that you contracted?
In part, yes. But if you look the year prior, before we had the security team, we actually issued more citations, but we issued more administrative citations with them. But if you look at the ones that had to be dismissed as a result of using them, it's pretty close.
And approximately how many hours does it take to review drone footage post July 4th and New Year's Eve?
I'll use days. It takes weeks for our team to go back to look at everything. They're looking at every second, zooming in, trying to identify and map out addresses, trying to identify our drones are top of the line. So we're looking at all these aspects of trying to identify who people are. So it takes weeks after the event.
How approximately is the fire department, is the police department fully staffed on these holidays? And if so, I know there was concerns about people not receiving responses if they called in a number or texted a number. Can you?
We are fully staffed. Everybody's working to include myself on these hot days. And we have multiple lines that are available. And it's surprising to hear that they're not being answered because we have staff sitting at them. It could be a certain hour, maybe after a certain hour, maybe 3 or so in the morning. I don't know when these calls are coming in, but we have multiple hotlines. They're all manned. We have a text message feature. We have a non-emergency through dispatch. And at the end of the day, if someone can't get through to us, please call 911. If you're calling, this is disturbing your peace and you can't get through a non-emergency, 911 is a 24/7 operation. But I'm pretty confident and supportive of, we have a lot of ways to get a hold of us.
And my next question would be, if we were to increase penalties or go towards a criminal citation and it's a person underage, who gets cited? The parent?
The parent can be cited if it's somebody underage, but also the juveniles. We have cited juveniles and then had them enter our youth diversion program.
And then my next question is for the city attorney. Thank you. When we move to the FTB, Franchise Tax Board, is there interest applied to non-payment or failure to pay?
No, not on the initial fine.
What happens if they don't pay the fine to the FTB?
We're in trouble. Yeah, that's, well, keep in mind, the Franchise Tax Board is not necessarily 100% collection. The Franchise Tax Board revenue intercept program only works if the person that owes the fine has revenue coming back to them through the state. Have to be a tax pay, like a tax refund is the obvious one that everybody thinks about. So if there's no revenues there, they send them back to us uncollected. And then we have to pursue some other collection avenue if we want to try to collect them at that point.
Okay, would you say that this is the highest force of enforcement that we're trying to do with the city of Seaside and the partnership with the Franchise Tax Board?
I think at this point, it is probably the most effective way to collect on these.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Burks.
All my questions were answered, but I really just want to appreciate the fact that it's a work in progress and that all of our departments are really working together and thinking ahead. So like we know what's working. Obviously, numbers are showing that there's an improvement. So I think as a community and all of our departments together working for our safety is just going to continue to show growth in the overall process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I agree totally. You know, it's always going to be a work in progress, just like policing is a work in progress, as long as you have people doing illegal stuff. But the things I did hear about the distinction between the drone footage, and some may be better than others, maybe then that means we need a couple more new drones. I don't need to have a drone in the air if it's not taking the best footage that's out there. But when it was asked about, are we doing the best? Pretty much. I'm still, like someone said earlier, I'm still waiting for a new, fresh idea. And they're not out there because the chief of police and the fire chief and the city manager and the city attorney are working together to catch these people and hold them accountable. And the Franchise Tax Board is one way that, you know, we didn't have a couple years ago, and I think most cities don't have it yet, right? So we're doing innovative stuff. And I would just say about the security, some of those were dismissed because the person didn't show up. We would have to pay that person to show up. And so if we're saying that's the best ideal, you know, then we need to be prepared to pay for them to show up to court, just like we would pay for the officer to show up to court. So it's things that we can tighten up on, but it has to be the council to put the resources behind these ideals. I like Mayor Pro Tem's idea about how do we keep track of the person's second violation, and maybe they do deserve to pay a double penalty. But again, that's a process, that's a policy issue. So I look forward to those coming back. Chief and the city attorney, thank you for that. And I think you heard what the citizens had to say, and they have some ideas about more education and getting the word out. And I thought I would like to see, Chief, the number of calls that came in and answered to. I know this was a focus really on the fines and things, but I think every time we talk about it, just bring the full Monty out here, and then we'll be better able to answer the questions because we don't know when those individuals called and the calls were not answered, but we know we know hundreds of calls were received and answered, but we should try to figure out why someone didn't pick up when someone called. Any other questions, comments? I think we'll pick this up sometime in March, April, May, to be prepared for your presentation on prevention next 4th of July coming up. We'll go to 8B, Double Hub program, city manager.
Thank you. We have a presentation from the Parenting Connection of Monterey County.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Alfaro. I am the Community and Provider Outreach Coordinator for the Doula Hub for a nonprofit organization out in Salinas. It's called Parenting Connection of Monterey County. Parenting Connection, our main goal is to be able to provide educational resources and support groups to families from pregnancy all the way to age 5. And right now, one of the newest programs that we're working on is the Doula Hub. For those who do not know what a doula is, doulas are non-medical professionals who provide continuous physical, emotional, and informational support during pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum. And yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit more. I wrote it down because I always forget. Yeah, so thank you for giving me this opportunity to present today. The Doula Hub program is a community-centered initiative designed to bridge the gap between families in need and trained doulas. Our mission is twofold: to be able to provide high-quality, accessible doula services to families who wouldn't be able to access them due to financial circumstances, and to offer robust training opportunities for aspiring doulas. As of now, we've trained about 20 doulas who will be providing services to the community. And in April, we're going to be doing all Spanish doula cohort. We're hoping that later this year, we're applying for a grant to hopefully be able to do doula training in indigenous languages. So Mixteco, Triqui, Zapoteco, and hopefully other indigenous languages. Yeah, so what the doulas provide would be prenatal visit, support during labor and delivery, and postpartum support. And yeah, the main reason that I wanted to come is just to be able to spread this information with you as well as with the community, because I think it's a huge resource. For me personally, when I was pregnant with my daughter, I went through postpartum depression. A lot of it, I think, had to do with not being able to have that community around me. Yes, I had my family close by, but just being able to have an additional person to be able to provide that additional support made a huge difference. So please spread the word. If you have any connections that would be interested in collaborating with us, please don't hesitate in connecting them with us. The flyers here do have our phone number and email address, so you can connect with us. Thank you so much for giving me this time.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? There might be one or two questions about how we can partner with you or make sure that you're in our community if there's a need.
There is a birth fair that we're going to be hosting in May, so I'll be sending out a flyer to be able to share with the community as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On the birth fair, when and where is the birth fair?
Yeah, so it's going to be in May 4th. It's going to be at the Community Impact Center on Monterey Street in Salinas. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll go to item number 9, which is the consent agenda. 9A, approve a mayor's youth fund contribution request of $3,000 from Seaside High School boys soccer to assist with costs with practice equipment and team apparel. B, approve mayor's youth fund contribution request of $3,000 from the Seaside High School music department to assist with the cost for transportation to Sonoma State University. C, approve a mayor's youth fund contribution request of $1,500 from Central Coast Bombers baseball to assist with costs for travel, lodging, and tournament fees. D, approve co-sponsorship and fee waiver request from Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. For use at the Odemeyer Center for two community events in 2025, a health conference and the annual Jabberwock pageant and youth on parade event in the amount of $1,496.25. E, Environmental Service Cooperative Agreement Report covering activities from October through December. I guess that's accepting that report. F, review and accept annual report on the use of development impact fees. G, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a facility use agreement with Seaside Pony Baseball and Softball for their 2025 season, and authorize waiving the fees associated with the use of Soper Field, Rubio, and Catino baseball fields for the amount of $84,457.50. H, adopt a resolution approving agreement to the professional service agreement with adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the professional service agreement with Pavement Engineers, Inc. for construction management services for the 2024 hotspot pavement repair project for amount not to exceed $58,900. I adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the professional service agreement with California Premier Restoration for on-call property cleanup services for amount not to exceed $33,440.77. 9J, adopt a resolution approving the specifications for the 2025 general building on call contract, awarding a not to exceed construction contract to the two low bidders, Pablo Construction Inc. and Pro X Construction Inc. with an annual funding limit of $1 million and directing a public works director to authorize individual work orders. K, adopt a resolution approving the specifications for the 2025 general engineering on-call contract, awarding a not to exceed construction contract to the two lowest bidders, the Don Chapin Company, Inc. and Tetras and Son, Inc. with an annual funding limit of $1 million and directing the public works director to authorize individual work orders. L, adopt a resolution approving the final map for phase 1 within the Campus Town Pacific Planning Area Subdivision Improvement Agreement for phase 1A and annual review of the development agreement. 9M, adopt a resolution modifying the position allocation list to add one administrative analyst 1 and approve compensation plans for that position. N, adopt a resolution approving amendment to the professional service agreement with Bellinger, Foster, and Steinmetz for the trail maintenance and strategies for permits and contingencies, and authorizing the contract value to be increased by $21,489 to be funded by the Monterey Peninsula Regional Parks District for $7,163. City of Seaside, $7,163, and the City of Monterey for $7,163. O, adopt a resolution awarding a contract for the Police Department flooring installation to Berman Carpet, Inc. for amount not to exceed $57,000. That concludes the reading of the consent agenda. Is there any items that anyone on the dais would like to pull off the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have a comment on C and a question about H. I don't necessarily want to pull them, but I just want to make.
Yeah, okay, we'll make sure we'll get those questions. Anyone else want to pull anything off of consent agenda? From the dais. Is there anyone in the public would like to pull an item off the consent agenda? Yes, sir. G, okay. Anyone else? Okay, bringing it back to the dais. Remembering that item number G is not on the consent agenda, what is the will of the council?
Move approval.
Second.
So probably more than second. Let's have your questions, then I'll go out to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On although the item hasn't been officially approved yet, we want to wish the Bombers a successful run this season, and we wish them great success and luck in any tournaments that they're going to be in. And please, we know you'll make Seaside proud. In regards to item H, just wanted to make sure that we were going to hear from our consultant later in the agenda on the streets that we're working on the hot spot paving under our business items. Those are my only two comments and one question.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Public comment is open on our consent agenda items.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Linda Cunningham, speaking as a private person, not the Homeless Commission Committee meeting. I'm speaking on number H. Well, one first, yes, the baseball team. Let's do it. I'm grateful. We're going to support all those groups. H, I absolutely support spending $58,900 on hotspot pavement repair. Yes, let's do it.
Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the dais, it's been properly moved and second that we approve the consent agenda, not including G. All those in favor use direct sign voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Abstentions? Hearing none, ayes have it, motion carried unanimously. We'll go to G. Adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a facility use agreement with city Seaside Pony Baseball and Softball for their 2025 season and authorize waiving the fees associated with the use of the Soper, Rubio, Catino baseball fields for the amount of $84,457.50. Public comment is open.
Ray Burden, private person now. It is, some of my neighbors have brought this up and they say $84,457.50. It's just a boatload of money for baseball. And has anybody else participated in fundraising to help with the cost than this to the city? Because there's a lot of elderly people that need help out in this city. And I know it's very important to help our kids. I know this isn't popular to do this, but the elderly wants help. The elderly wants the money spent on some of them, like pickleball, more pickleballs, or tennis courts or things like that. But every year, $84,000. And they're just wondering, why aren't they getting a piece of the pie? And the people that do get to enjoy this $84,000, what are they putting into it except playing the sport and using the diamonds and all that? And that's what they're asking. Just a little discussion on it, because I think it's great for the sport, for the kids, but also the old people are the ones that are paying the taxes. And if they don't see anything coming to them, it seems like it's one way. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City attorney, city manager, members of the council, Bobby Maxwell. I was the president of Seaside Pony Baseball for the whole decade of the 90s. And those fields, Soper Field wasn't even there yet. It was there, but it was part of the military base and it was really an old raggedy field. It's a nice facility now. Mets Park, which is Rubio Ball Field now, has always been there for the baseball organization. And Catino Park has always been there for baseball. And the city invested a lot of money in Catino Park, and what a great place it is to call ours, as well as Soper Field and Rubio Field too, as well. And the kids that came through the program when I was there coaching and president and all that are now coaching and have families and kids of their own. And that's our future. We invest in our kids and they give back. Guys like JD Money, Richard Miramontes, all guys like that came through the programs as youth, and now they're giving back. And hopefully these youngsters, when they get to be adults, will give back also. But I fully support this agenda item, and I hope that you all support it too, because this is our future that's sitting up here behind me. Thank you for your time.
Gosh, Linda Cunningham, Homeless Commission, speaking for this private person. I fully support this. We need to invest in our young people. This is, sometimes I just want to say, look, old people, you had a life. I'm an old person. I had a life. I'm really grateful I played softball. I'm grateful we had coaches. It never occurred to me as a kid. If we didn't have umpires, we didn't have coaches, we didn't have a lady who ran the snack stand, making my blue snow cone. All those people were volunteers. And I'm really grateful the city has the resources to fund this and then make these investments in these kids, give these kids something to do. And you know what? I bet there's a few grandma and grandpas out there, cheering on their grandkids and their great grandkids. This is a great facility. This is a great opportunity. And I think if you don't like the city spending $80,000, well, get off the couch, turn off Jeopardy and come to City Hall and speak for yourself. Don't have somebody else speak for you. Sorry, I'm a little worked up about this. I think it's a great investment. Thank you very much. I didn't really even think this would touch my heart, but it really touched my heart. And I'm very, very grateful. And I really, truly hope the city council votes to support kids playing baseball and softball.
Good evening, guys. I'm Laura again. I did not plan to speak on this item, but I just want to say that this strictly says authorize waiving fees. It does not say we're giving $84,000 to the pony baseball team. So there's no money coming out of the city's pocket going to the pony baseball team. All we're doing is allowing the youth to use the fields that are there that may be empty. And so we have a whole row of kids here in the back who could get up and speak about their baseball team, the Bombers. Good luck. And, I just think Seaside is a great city. We have a principal on our city council. It's fantastic. When Alexis was reelected, this room was filled with children dressed for him. And so it's our youth. Every meeting, we have the youth fund. We have the youth fund, the mayor's youth fund, that we're giving out funds to all the children. Because if we don't invest in our kids, what are we doing? And so this is why we're not seeing children and drugs and all of these things in our city, because we're investing in our children and they have a future. They can play sports. They can have an education. We're going to have a STEM program. And so we're not passing $84,000 to the pony. Let's look at what we're doing. We're giving them the access to a field, and we need to do this. We need to take care of our kids. So invest in our future. That's what Seaside's all about. Thank you.
My name is Vincent Money. I play Seaside Pony Baseball. I've been playing for about 4 years now. And I think that you should invest in this and pay for it because that we love to play this game and this is the game that we love and we want to keep playing. Thank you.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Ronald, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I support that we waive the fee for the Pony League and to invest in our youth. You never go wrong when you're investing in your youth. So I ask that you waive the fee for the Pony League so they will continue to be able to play baseball. Never know, they may make it to professional and they'll come back and sow. So as we sow seeds into them, they'll be able to sow seeds back into the city of Seaside. So I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, at this time, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment.
Thank you so much. Public comments closed. Bringing it back to the dais. What is the will of council or comments or whatever you guys want to say?
Just maybe a question of staff very quickly, if that's permissible. The $88,000. I make 2/3 of that at least is not a fee. It's just the potential revenue that would be collected if you rented the facility. Is that correct? And can you share that? Because my memory is more than half. Can you explain that, or can you explain that?
Sure, I'll take a stab at that, and if I'm wrong, somebody will correct me. It's a hypothetical concern about a hypothetical fee.
Right.
So the what you see on the agenda, $84,000, is if we somehow kicked the kids off of the fields and rented it for some other purpose, that's the $84,000 that the city would receive.
Right.
We're not going to kick kids off of the field so we can rent it to somebody else.
Say
So it's
loud.
a hypothetical concern about a hypothetical fee that doesn't cost the city anything. We're not spending that amount of money, and it's the national pastime. And don't get me started.
Just my only brief comment is that we've been doing this for at least 65 years as far as the waiving fee. This is nothing new. The police chief says, and don't correct me if I'm wrong, it's much easier to provide recreation activities than to arrest somebody. I don't look at this as the youth or the future. This is the present. This is now. If you go to the games, you see countless coaches that are adults. You see countless 18 to 20-year-olds that are coached. You see countless officials that are young people. You see countless grandparents and great-grandparents there. This is their now. This is their time. The kids are the blessing that creates the whole ballgame, the whole circle of life. So this is now, this is present, and the youth get the benefit of the process, but the parents, the grandparents, the aunts, the uncles are part of the now, the present. And that what makes part of Seaside good, because we allow, encourage, and permit this. And personally, instead of every year fighting the same battle, it'd be nice to see it every 2 years or 3 years, because it's a battle we fight or a discussion that we have that it's all good. We're doing good things, guys, with this program. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor, for your time.
Smith,
Councilmember Miller.
make a motion to approve item G.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve item G. On the question, Councilmember Garcia Rizzo.
I just have a comment. I have to agree with Councilmember Pacheco and many who have spoken here today that recreation is a form of keeping our community safe, of having a stronger Seaside, of having a stronger unity amongst ourselves. And I've known many friends and even cousins and siblings who have gone through these types of programs who have benefited a long time in building skills that you might not learn in class. And it takes leadership, it takes team effort to be in these types of environments. And then I strongly support our youth recreational activities to keep our kids busy, to keep them off the street, and provide them a sense that the city of Seaside is there to support them every step of the way. And like Councilmember Miller mentioned or alluded to it, you keep making Seaside proud. And I just want you to know that you have my commitment to stand with you every step of the way.
Councilmember Burks.
I won't get started as a principal. The benefits, I mean, it's my number one thing that I expect kids to do and hope that our families can do. So if we can provide them the opportunity for physical activity, the hypothetical 84,000 is nothing compared to the cost of mental health and other issues that can come up if we don't have physical activity for our youth. So I support it 100%.
Yes. I was like the city clerk. I got caught up a little bit when the young man came down there and spoke for the whole group. So we appreciate you. Thank you for standing up for the team. I don't know if you guys may have recognized the voice, but that was Pastor Britt that came on and said, and you may have thought he made a mistake when he said football, baseball, but what he was saying is, if you're listening, he said, let the kids play, right? So whether it was baseball or football, that's the point, right? Each one of these kids want to play different sports. So the object is, how do we let them play and participate? And when I heard some people from the start, I've been here for a while, but I've never heard an adult come up to me and say, give me less, give me more so you can give the kids less. So when people come here and say, hey, older people are saying this, older people are saying that may be true, right? But they never said that to me. Because one thing is we support our older adult community like no other on this peninsula. We put our monies back into our youth, our families, and our older adults. We take them to the mall. We have lunch with them every month, exercise class. And then I started thinking, right, every time we waive a fee for a community group, 9 times out of 10, it's an adult activity, if that makes sense to everybody. And those people facilitate older adults. They give them somewhere to go, something to do. So we should never say, well, let's do less for some other person so this other group can get more. We just have to expand the pie, and that comes through economic development and all those things associated with it. I do think, I know for a fact, this and these type of things are investment in our youth. Every dime we save or every dime we put into them, not only, people talk about the, and I'm gonna spend about another 2 minutes, not only, keeps them out of trouble, but every dime we spend allows their family to spend less. And I never forget that. And that's why I push as much as I can to push those resources that we have. Sometimes we don't have a lot, but we push them out there because it's a family thing. When those kids are playing, someone's in the rooting for them or someone dropped them off on the way to work or whatever, but it's a family thing. So I think it's investment in our youth and investment in our future and our families. And I would just say, I don't know if Mayor Pro Tem said something about how do we have this every year? I'm not sure why we come down and have the same discussion, because pretty much it's gonna go the same way, right? Well, the youth are not gonna change, right? I mean, as long as we're here, think about what I'm saying, as long as we're here, we're gonna have some young people come behind us, right? And so when are we gonna cut them off? And so I don't know, for budget reasons, it may not make sense to reach 2 years in advance, but I can say I'm willing to meet you here next year and support you next year. And I think we all said that. So All those in favor use the red sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Abstentions? Ayes have it, motion carried unanimously. Just make sure we don't forget about the Raiders. Is that This is FYI. Let's go. Okay, we'll go to item number 10.
Thank you, Mayor.
You want, are you here? You here or you want to? Well, but, okay, we'll take it, come off the dais. Yeah. You go. All right, go ahead. Public hearing item 10A, adopt a resolution approving the first substantial amendment to the FY 2024-25 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program. City Manager.
Hi there, we have a presentation via Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and Mr. Mayor. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Harun Nouri, and I'm the Administrative Analyst for the Community Development Block Grant Program. I'm here tonight to present the first substantial amendment to the fiscal year 24-25 Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program, also known as CDBG. To provide some background, the City of Seaside receives Community Development Block Grant funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. As a recipient of CDBG funds, the city must adopt an annual action plan, and it must hold a public hearing and allow for public comment when the city is proposing to cancel a previously approved activity in the action plan and to add a new activity. The city's current fiscal year action plan was approved by this council on June 6, 2024, which included a $340,000 allocation for the San Pablo Bridge demolition and reconstruction project. At the time of the approval, the city's Public Works Department was still waiting on confirmation for additional sources of funding for the project. Recently, or late last year, the Seaside Public Works Department advised the Seaside Community Development Department, which is the city CDBG program administrator, that the other sources of funding for the bridge project may not be available until 2026. This prompted city's CDBG staff to reevaluate the San Pablo Bridge project. City staff learned through research that the San Pablo Bridge project no longer meets the low and moderate income national objective requirements based on the revised American Community Survey data. As a result, the city must reallocate these funds to other eligible projects. The city is also required to spend some of these funds prior to May 2nd of this year, when HUD will be running a timeliness test to ensure the city's CDBG balance is not greater than 1.5 times our annual grant. HUD has a long-standing policy of reducing the next year's grant allocation of a grantee that continues to be untimely. So given the San Pablo Bridge project is no longer eligible in that the city must reallocate and spend the funds by May 2nd of this year, CDBG and Public Works staff collaborated and identified a number of planned ADA improvements that would benefit from such funding. Projects that address ADA needs can be executed quickly and are eligible for CDBG funding regardless of community income levels. More specifically, the proposed substantial amendment to the current year action plan includes the following: to remove the San Pablo Bridge demolition and reconstruction project from consideration for funding from the CDBG action plan for the current fiscal year, and to reallocate those funds to a new Seaside Public Works curb ramp improvement project, which will remove non-compliant curb returns and replace them with ADA-compliant curb ramps for Caltrans standards at selected intersections throughout the city. The draft substantial amendment was posted on the CDBG website on December 20th, 2024 for public review, as well as in various different locations. A notice both in English and Spanish was circulated in the Monterey County Weekly on December 19th. The city allowed for a 30-day public comment period, which began on Friday, December 20th, 2024, and which will conclude on next Tuesday on January 21st. Any public comments received during the public review period will be included, as well as comments received during the hearing tonight will be incorporated into the substantial amendment documents and submitted to HUD. And upon conclusion of the public comment period, staff will submit the proposed substantial amendment to HUD. Public Works, Seaside Public Works staff will bring forward the CIP amendment in contract to City Council in the near future. And the recommendation tonight is that the City Council hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution to approve the first substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 annual action plan, and to authorize the city manager to submit the amendment to HUD, as well as designate the city manager to sign all required documents for the use of funds in the amendment to the fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan. And this concludes my presentation, and I'll open it up for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that excellent report and presentation. Are there any, Councilmember Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are the intersections already decided?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Miller, those intersections are already identified as planned improvements in the CIP. But Public Works team will be bringing forward the amendment with a location map, I believe, at the next council meeting.
So will this be on the agenda again for next council meeting? Is that what I understood?
Not this item, but the CIP amendment will be at the next city council meeting, I believe.
I understand. And the ramps we're talking about are just at intersections where there was no ramp. There's just the curb. And now we have to make a ramp accessible. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm all set.
Just Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one question. If they do that work, will it save us money when we go to fix that street potentially? Does that make sense to y'all? So if they fix that area, when we do the street, will it help us save some money in the general program, budget program?
Yes.
Okay. And that's pretty a lot of money, I think, as well.
It's $340,000.
Yeah.
Anyone? Yeah, I agree. My only question was, I'm not going to try to get out ahead of you guys on which streets, right? But roughly how, I guess, Nuri may know, how many of these ramps could it do if we had a rough number?
Mr. Mayor, I believe between 30 and 40 curb ramps will be improved.
Well, okay, thank you. We'll call down the city engineer to give him opportunity to agree with you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. Yes, that's approximately right. Depending on the square footage of each ramp, it's about 30 to 35 ramps. In addition, basically this funding will be used to offset the design and the pavement that goes down, because when we do the ADA ramp, it sets us up basically for future rehabilitation of that street. So it's less money that we have to spend in a future project.
And I can imagine the coordination, but this cycle of streets, have already started. And so we have to spend it in a certain amount of time. So I guess it won't be a lot of coordination with the streets of next cycle, next year.
Well, and that's what we're looking at. We're looking at that coordination, and then the subsequent presentation will address that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone? Public comment is open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Linda Cunningham, Homeless Committee, speaking as a public citizen who has some really bad curbs. If you're looking for some bad ones with some tripping hazards, I would look at Ord Grove and Waring on the northwest corner. I think it's Luzerne, there where the Skinny Islands are. I think it's on the southeast corner where the sidewalk is below the curb, so they're horrible tripping hazards. We just fixed the curb at Grandview and Ord Grove. It was a horrible tripping hazards there. Those have the ramps. And for any older person who may be concerned that we're spending $300,000 on ramps for disabled people, I would like to point out that they are also useful for seniors who might be scooting around on their scooter and using the roundabout to get around town to their pickleball game. So the ramps are not just beneficial for people who are disabled, but it also helps older people. And again, I'm very grateful the city's paying for that we can reuse this funds, and these people figured out that we could lose future HUD funding if we don't spend this money. And I'm very grateful for the people who choose to work for the city of Seaside and were aware that we had to take action in a time that we could take the action, because hard to believe it's June. I'm sorry, it's January, I think it's what is it, the 17th, 15th, 16th, something like that. And May 2nd is going to be here before we know it. And we have to spend $350,000 in a very specific way, even if it is, based on my math, about $10,000 a ramp. But I'm all for it because those are a lot of jobs. And those people, when they're here, they spend money at our restaurants, buying lunch, getting coffee, and whatever, buying gas, and that's all good benefits to the city. And thank you very much. I support this.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Reese, and I live right up the street from San Pablo Bridge. And I understand if the community development block grant funds can no longer be used for the bridge, I understand that. But I just want to make sure that the bridge project funds for the bridge project continues to be sought and that it doesn't get forgotten, because the bridge is kind of it's an iconic place in our city, and I just want to promote that and keep that in our conversation. Thank you.
Ray Reardon again. Going to try to redeem myself from the kid thing here. I think it's a great idea spending this money, but I'm just going to throw this out to see if it could stick. There's a issue at the Seaside High School at that corner where all the dirt and the sand and everything that those kids are walking through every day to get home or to get across Del Monte, is it? And Fremont. And they are trailing through sand and rock and everything. And when it rains, it's the pits. It really is. And it would be great if we could just take not all the ADA away, but maybe do that ramp over there to make it easier on the kids. Because it's nasty. And just trying to redeem myself here a little bit, okay? But just something to consider. Yeah, that's all.
Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the dais, what is the will of the council?
Make a motion to approve 10A.
I'll second.
It's been probably moved in second to approve 10A. Are there any questions, comments? Councilman Miller?
I just wanted to follow up on the bridge question and the reason why this is not eligible for it and the status of the bridge, but I don't know if that's appropriate for now. We can. But
well, this is about the funding, so it's not about whether the bridge is going to be rebuilt or not.
Understand. That's why I was skeptical of my question.
City manager here urgent.
Yeah, staff will come back with a presentation on that topic.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Anyone else? I would just, I was gonna mention that anyway, it's the council is, the bridge is moving forward as it was moving forward yesterday before this. We're just now $340,000 shorter, that's all. And so we need to find that money, but that, by that, that doesn't mean we don't care about the bridge, that doesn't mean the bridge is not gonna get done, it's just, it's short 340 now. And so, I do want to thank all of the staff, city manager and everybody and Public Works and everybody who worked on this. And as soon as they identified that this money couldn't be spent on it, they flipped it around and doing other stuff that needs to be done. And we're gonna do the curves with it. Sounds like, I'm sure it's probably a couple other things they could have done with it, but it to me, doing the sidewalks and the walkways makes perfect sense. And, they can program that to get it done. I don't think all of it has to be spent before May 2nd. I think they just have to program the spending of it by May 2nd. If there's an opportunity to figure out some of those really dangerous curve intersections, hopefully they can be substituted for some that are a little bit more less dangerous. Okay, all right. Everybody use the regular sign vote, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Nays, abstention. Hearing none, ayes have it. Motion carried unanimously. Council member Garcia Arzola had to step out for a minute, but he's here. We'll go to item number 11A, business items. Adopt a resolution authorizing payment to Sigma Municipalities College Schools Insurance Group for the amount of $307,000, $312.10, and authorize the finance director to appropriate funds within the 2024-25 annual budget. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff has a very brief presentation on the topic.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public, and city staff. Oh, thank you. My name is Melissa Failaunga. I am one of the Human Resources Specialists here at the City of Seaside, and I have prepared a brief presentation regarding this item. It is a request to authorize payment to the municipalities, colleges, schools, insurance group. Before I get into the details and the background of this item, I did want to provide an update on the previous insurance payment request that the city had, that Human Resources had presented to the City Council. So as you recall, on September 5th, 2024, we requested council to authorize a payment to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in the amount of $493,159.04. So following the payment authorization, our director continued to petition Medicare and Medicaid Services, requesting that they reopen and reevaluate and review the claims, hoping for full reversal, hoping for any type of response. Finally, on December 17th, we were notified that the requests for them to reopen and review the claims had been accepted. And fantastic news, by January 2nd, the city received a refund payment of $480,000, $134.78. So quite a substantial amount was refunded back to the city after that request. So I just wanted to provide that information pertaining to our last request for insurance payments. Okay, so regarding this specific request, the municipalities, colleges, schools insurance group, commonly referred to as MCSIG, is what the City of Seaside utilizes for all of our medical insurance provisions for all of our employees, our retirees, full-time, qualifying part-time employees. It's all through the MCSIG group. We have been part of this joint powers agreement with them for several years. The last contract I reviewed was dating back to 2015. So we've been a part of this group for several years now. We use them for, like I said, all of the insurance provisions. As part of a member agency with MCSIG, we follow all of their bylaws, all of the agreements, all the provisions that they, as the governing body made up of their executive team, put into place. All of the member agencies are part of the full board. So we all participate and we all have a part to play in this insurance group. We are currently one of 28 member agencies, many of which are school districts. There are also charter schools, colleges, as the name implies, and a few cities, local governments. Each member agency is an active participant, and on December 11th, MCSIG called for a special board meeting. They notified all the member agencies who participate that there is now an unforeseen and unprecedented deficit. The deficit occurred due to end of year claims that finally came through to MCSIG around October. So October, November, December, all those claims came through and now totaled around $11.6 million. This had never been done before. They had no indication that these claims were going to come through as late as they did. So they called an emergency meeting. All of the board members came together and they notified the cities and all of the groups that there was a remedy that the executive board came up with, which would be an assessment across all the member agencies based on the assessment amounts provided. If each member agency contributes, that would get them out of the deficit. So to immediately remediate the deficit, each member agency is required to contribute a pro rata assessment. So as I said, there are around 28 member agencies. When Seaside was assessed, the amount that we were assessed for to pay came out to $307,312.10. We are required to make this payment, and MCSIG is requiring us to pay it by January 17th, which is tomorrow. That leads me to the recommendation here. It is recommended that council adopt a resolution authorizing the one-time mandatory payment to MCSIG as assessed, and authorize the finance director to appropriate funds within the 24-25 annual budget. Now I know this is not a small number by any means, but I am thankful that among all the groups that were assessed, there were some that did actually go over $1 million. So we are at the assessed amount, which is a required payment. And again, this is why I was very thankful for the news that we were able to get the refund for our last request. I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for, again, a very well-informed presentation. You go, yeah. Any questions? Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just having, thank you so much for the information. I'm having a hard time with the relationship between the JPIA and the MCSIG. Because on the slide, it says with JPA with. Are we insured by both?
So I believe, are you referring to Cal JPIA? For our joint powers?
Joint powers. That's
so this, yes. So the MCSIG is the insurance group that we are in a joint powers agreement with them for the medical insurance provisions.
Medical insurance.
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, I had a hard time with that. And so what would happen in the scenario that some jurisdictions just don't authorize this? I mean, is that a possibility or?
So because of the bylaws of the agreement, there is a provision in there that basically mandates all of the member agencies to comply with the required payments as presented. So in this scenario, like I said, this was an unprecedented event, so they've never had to go through anything like this before. However, they have assured us that within the agreement, within the bylaws of the group, if they were to assess or present any of the members with an amount that needs to be paid to the group, that we would have to pay that.
I understand. My last question is now, I mean, I assume now probably our premium or our initial rates are gonna rise. Have we seen that yet?
So our rates and then the city contributions and then the member contributions, those were all approved back in August. So they were not aware of this deficit at the time. At the time of at the time of presenting the rates for approval, they had around 6 million deficit, which seemed to be manageable. So the rates were approved as presented, which is why this is the only way to remedy this. I am assuming that by next year, this is going to be taken into consideration.
Right.
Yeah.
That's basically my question.
Yeah.
But we don't see those numbers until next year.
Correct.
We don't see how much our rates are gonna be raised.
Right. I'm assuming that we would probably get a closer update around mid-year, summertime, and then again by July, August is when we'll probably get those new numbers.
That was all my questions. Thank you so much.
City manager, did you have something? Anyone else? You know, no, okay. The remedy is because our premiums are already set. Right?
Correct.
Okay, and so if we all pay this, our prorated share, then that doesn't necessarily mean our rates will go up next year more than the cost of living.
Right.
Right. So that's what I want to clarify that. That's why we're paying this the way we're paying it. And then the question was asked, well, what happens if you don't pay it? Right? Then you're not in the group no more. You don't have insurance.
Right.
Right. So that's how they settle that.
Mhm.
It's just, it's one of those things we don't control. We're in the JPA with them. This is our share. And when you say other groups that paying $1 million, well, that's because they have more
Members.
more
employees,
members, right? So
correct.
this is our fair share.
Right.
To stay in this group. And well, I guess the last thing for me is, would you say that this is a fair, efficient, effective insurance group to be in? I mean, we could be in another JPA with another group, but we joined this for a reason. So
Right.
do you think this is a good group to be in?
Well, the city has been with them for a while, and like I said, up until this point, we have not experienced anything like this. However, there are other groups that are available that we can always research and.
No, we're not looking to leave, because what I'm saying is that, you're not going to leave because your insurance company say, well, because of whatever happens, your premium's going up, or whatever happens, you need to pay a little bit more. We agreed to these rules. That's all.
Yes, we did.
But it's a good group to be with, right? They're responsive to our claims and all of that stuff, right?
Yes. Yes.
We'll take it out to the public, see the public.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from the phone. Mayor, no members of the public have come forward to make public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the dais, what is the will of the council?
Make a motion to approve 11A.
I'll second.
It's been probably moved and second that we approve item 11A on the question. I do have a quick comment. I want to thank the HR team, especially the HR director and her team, and all three of you guys for working to recover that money that was recoverable. Because when we had to pay it, we had a lot of people take shots at our HR department unnecessarily. We appreciate you guys being diligent and making the phone calls throughout the day, because I'm sure I forgot which entity we sent that money to, but I'm sure they just didn't take the first call and say, yeah, we'll send you your money right back, right? Had to be some prodding, had to be some information sent, and they did that on their own underneath. I'm sure the city manager said, make some calls, right? But thank you so much. All right, all those in favor, use direct sign voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Abstentions. Hearing none, ayes have it, motion carried unanimously. 11B, adopt a resolution approving the plan specifications for the 2024 hotspot pavement repair project and awarding a construction agreement to JV Lucas Pavement, Inc. for a amount not to exceed $614,032.50 and total project construction costs, including contingency of an amount not to exceed $706,000, $137.38. Mr. City Manager.
Now we get to see where the roads are gonna get better.
All right.
Okay, thank you, and good evening again, Mayor, City Council. So I'm Thomas Corman. I'm here to introduce Joe Ryrie from Pavement Engineering. And this is to adopt this resolution awarding the contract to JV Lucas. And he'll cover the project and what's entailed in that. So if we could go to the next slide, I'll just briefly review. The presentation's first going to review the city's pavement network system. So he's going to give you a little bit of a history about what the pavement condition index is throughout the city, what we've been doing to work on that, and then present this project, which is the 2024 hotspot project, and how those streets were determined, what's in that project, and then we'll talk about who that's being awarded to and what that will contain. And then we're going to talk about the proposed 2025 payment options. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and public, it's wonderful to be here with you. It's been a few months. And since that time, a few things have been happening with the pavement, and it's going to be fun to be reporting to you. Since we last were here, we have updated the pavement management systems, which means we've gone out and re-rated the roads. We rated the arterials and the collectors to stay in sync with the TAMC requirements. And so the information that I'm presenting is an update of that. And the last update was done in 2021. And so if you wanted to do any comparisons, that we can see what's happening here. The city maintains 79.5 centerline miles, and I always like to lay that out in a long line, and that's going to take you about 10 miles north of San Jose if you just start driving from Seaside. So a lot of roads. 13,600,000 square feet of pavement. And the system-wide average, the PCI, or the pavement condition index, right now is a 55. And if you remember, that's on a 100-point scale, 100 being brand new, 0 being the pavement is all worn out. And so we're at 55. When the data that we presented from the 2021 assessment was a 59. And so we're slipping. The replacement value, we had to relook at all the numbers. We've been dealing with inflation, and it's hasn't missed its opportunity to go after pavement costs. And so when we reported last time, we said that your replacement value of your network, if you were to replace all of the streets, was $360 million, and it's now gone up to over $500 million to replace all of your street networks. The costs are going up. Some of the pressures that we're seeing on the costs are additional traffic and traffic loading. We're seeing heavier vehicles driving on the street, which is consuming pavement life. We're seeing, of course, increased construction costs that are eroding each dollar's effectiveness to be able to cover what we were hoping it would cover. And then unfunded regulations, such as requirements to improve ADA curb ramps, that was kind of an exciting bit of news to find out that we're going to be able to use that money towards the ADA curb ramps. And there's also some stormwater requirements that are starting to come after us too for the pavement. So our next slide breaks down how that 55 breaks down in terms of the PCI. Your arterials are actually have an average of 73. So that is quite high, and that's a good place to be for your arterials. Your collectors are at 59. Your residential streets are at a 46, and your alleys are at a 7. It shouldn't be a surprise if you've ever driven or walked down an alley. Well, I don't know if you can actually drive down one of the alleys, but you can certainly stroll down one and see its condition. Funding requirements, as mentioned, has increased. What I want to point out is that if we look at the purple line, which is right in the center, it shows that that's the cost to be able to maintain your system at a 55. So it would be maintaining it what it is right now. It requires $10.3 million a year just to maintain your system right now. At this current funding level, you can project that in the next 5 years, your system will continue to deteriorate to 44. I never feel very popular sharing this information, by the way, and keep waiting for trapdoors to open up underneath me, feeding me to unknown elements. But anyway, a comparison is if you spent nothing, you would end up at a 43 in 5 years. So what the message, I guess, that I'm trying to share is while we're making some strides, we can anticipate that we're not making enough. There is a backlog of about $140 million in deferred maintenance that we would need to try and catch up on. Let's keep going forward. As we work with the system, we're always trying to apply of the approach of trying to preserve the pavement, doing the right treatment to the right pavement at the right time, using the right materials, and employ the method of a critical point project selection, which means that we're trying to pick those pavements right before they drop into needing the next treatment. There's a category that you want to try and work with as PCI range, that in this PCI range, you apply this treatment, and we're trying to capture it before it falls into the next. And why do we want to do that? Well, the graph on the right shows us, because you can see how expensive it gets as you drop from each category to each category to each category. So it's important to try and maintain your system using that approach. This shows all of the streets that the city has worked on since 2019. The red is all of the streets that were done up to the 2024 project, which is currently under construction right now. The blue highlighted streets are what is being worked on right now and anticipated. I believe tomorrow is the last paving day that they'll be working on, and then it's just cleanup and striping and punch list items that they'll be working on. What's interesting is if we take a snapshot in time, the average PCI, as mentioned at the end of the year for 2024, was a 55. Applying those treatments actually is bumping it up about a half a point. Now, being the engineer, I'm looking for, I'm not just looking for like 1 point. I spread out the decimal places just a little bit to really get a feel for what's going on, because it's an improvement. And for a city like Seaside, who cares so much about improving their pavements, but being challenged by the amount of funding that they have available, that it's a nice thing to be able to, for this snapshot in time, to be able to say we made an improvement. Unfortunately, the rest of the system is going to keep pulling down the overall system as we keep going forward. So let's talk about the hotspot repair project, because that's what we're here to do. And I just want to, before we jump in and show the areas that were designed and bid, just remind the council that in March of 2023, you approved the street pavement rehabilitation funding policy for pavement maintenance, which dedicated 25% of the projected year-end operating budget surplus towards a project like this. Something that I've mentioned it to the council before, I work with lots of different agencies. I haven't seen anyone else do that kind of an approach. So I give you kudos for doing that. This policy is part of a three-pronged approach that we're trying to use for paving the city streets. And the three-pronged approach, just as a reminder, is the annual paving project. An example of that is just wrapping up right now. The work that the city crews are doing, as well as this hotspot repair project. So that's our three-pronged approach that we're using to try and work with the city's pavements. So let's take a look at what we're working with here. We're working all over the whole city. And so that's why it's kind of a big map. The circles represent areas where we're actually doing specific dig out locations. The long highlighted areas are areas where we are applying the thin maintenance overlays. We applied that in the last year's project on Roberts and on Metz and on Circle, and with great success in order to be able to cover up a lot of the potholes that were there. And by putting a thin layer of asphalt over the top of it and buy us the time that we needed until we can come back and do the right treatment on the pavement. The dig out locations are specific areas. We're addressing close to 15,000 square feet of dig out areas. This addresses 14 C-Click fix requests that have been submitted to the council, or not to the council, but to the city's website. And those are covering 7 different streets. We are also performing 89,000 square feet of thin maintenance overlay on 9 different streets and addressing 34 requests from the C-Click fix. We are also working on Hamilton. If you've driven down Hamilton, there's a lot of trenches that are failing, and so you kind of feel like you're doing this little rocking motion as you pass every single property. And so we're doing a skin patch in those areas to be able to smooth out the ride. And so all of those things are happening. Overall, we're dealing with or addressing 48 C-Click fix requests on 16 different streets. Just as a comparison, for the 2023 project, the city allocated $614,000 towards the hotspot repair project, and we were able to address 37 C-Click fix areas or requests, and this time we're doing 48. So the question we were always asked is, well, how do you select these areas? There's a lot of areas that throughout the city that would be considered hotspot repair projects. What we do is we work with the C-Click Fix, which is a website that residents and staff can, when they see something wrong, they can enter it into the C-Click Fix and it gets tabulated. And then we correlate that against what else is there. If it's something that's already in there that someone else has already brought to our attention, and or is it a new location that we need to account for? We take that and we prioritize it by date. The city has been using the C-Click Fix website since 2019. And so some of those dates go back pretty far. And right now there's over 500 requests in there that are pavement related. It also receives other types of like there's a tree that's down or something that's non-pavement related. but there's 500 pavement-related entries. And as near as we can tell, it represents about $7 million worth of work that needs to be addressed for these areas. So when we select these areas, it's really a prioritization by date and the available funding. So we're working from the oldest request and trying to work our way to the newer requests. And keep in mind that if we find a request that is sizable that the city crews can work with, they can place about 2 tons of asphalt or a 6x6 area. With the equipment that they have, we make sure that they know about those areas and they work with those areas with their crew. It's the bigger areas that we need to address. So with that, I'll let Thomas share with you the bid results, which were quite good.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, so this was the results of our bids, and so the low bidder for this was J.V. Lucas Paving, and then they went up from there. What's neat about these results is that all this work is bid basically on a unit basis per square footage, and so originally when there was estimated engineer's estimate, it was slated just for the base bid that we would have enough. And sometimes in a good bidding environment, we're able to include more. So in this project, we're actually able to include the base bid plus the bid alternatives. So we did, much outreach to get to additional pavers and companies that would be able to do this work, and thus got great results. Very pleased with this, that we'll be able to perform not only the base bid, which we originally perceived, but also the alternates with this. Okay, so this is the overall budget for the project, and this is usually how we do break it down. We have our design and bid support that pays for the engineer's time and any consultants. That would be any testing that would go into it. We like to core the streets, evaluate the streets, that we're making sure that we do apply the right options and design to the street. The construction, as you see there, is J.B. Lucas for $614,000. We always like to include a contingency. We have that in the budget. That would be $92,000, just in case our tonnages run over. Usually we're fairly good at estimating that, but there's some spots we may be able to encumber in there and address. And then, of course, the advertising, public notice, inspection, testing, and construction management is the remainder of that, bringing the project total to $827,000. Okay. So basically, this is our construction start early March. If this is approved, our recommendation is that you approve this, that we can move forward with this. We'll get an early start in March, about 9 weeks project. And of course, the public notice will be through door hangers, the city website, and other social media channels. And lastly, we're asking for recommendation to approve this, the plans and specifications as they were designed and bid and awarded to Lucas Paving. Okay, lastly, I just want to turn it back over to Joe to just give us a look ahead very briefly on the 2025 pavement project options that we'll be looking at.
Thank you, Thomas. Knowing that the city has about $1 million allocated for their annual paving project, we've been looking at different areas where we think we'll get the most streets covered for that money. And so we've got 7 different areas that we're actually considering, knowing that the CDBG money is available. That could affect some of these areas as well, in terms of not just these areas, but allow us to expand to some of the other streets that we're focusing on. We've identified 2 different slurry seal projects. The neighborhood up in off of Thank you. Yeah. But the name of the street, it's not thank you. Yeah, it was a 3-letter word and I knew that. Okay, yeah, Co Avenue up there. All of those streets were built a while ago. They are still in pretty decent condition, but when we apply the idea of doing the right treatment at the right time, we can cover a lot of ground by putting a slurry seal on those streets and preserve them and not have to worry about them for quite a while. General Jim Moore.
Let me just ask a question right in a minute. So this is the right time to do that.
Yes.
I just
Yes,
want to
sir.
put a mark right there.
Right.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted was the clear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it is the right time to do it. We also see that General Jim Moore is also another candidate that the city owns and maintains. And again, it is the right time to put a slurry seal on that street as well, or that pavement. We've also identified other areas that are more of the rehabilitation areas. So those streets are actually the ones I just mentioned, option 1A and 1B are in great shape, but need help in order to preserve them. The rest of them are all in a much poorer condition. And we picked these streets because we were looking for areas that one, either didn't have any associated sidewalk areas with them, so that we wouldn't be the ADA curb ramp upgrades, which can be expensive and consume quite a bit of money, won't be triggered. We also looked at areas where the city has already invested in the curb ramps and tried to piece together projects that fit within that category too. So we're evaluating each one of these areas, and I know that with the CDBG money, we'll be able to look at a couple of more areas as well. And the idea would be able to come back to the council with some options and the result and the analysis associated with each of those options to be able to go forward. But back to your the purpose of being here this evening.
Thank you so much. Just for the council, the city attorney did point out to me that the recommendation on the slide is not the recommendation on the agenda. So we're going to see what we can do about that. City attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just need to make sure with Public Works that 765,037 is the correct amount and it's not 700,006,000 that's on the agenda. Is it could just be a simple typographical error. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Come on up here and just tell us what you think it is. And
Yeah, that looks like a typo there.
on the agenda.
Yes, let me see. Let's go back to the. If we took this, I don't have a calculator with me. If we took the 614 $32.50 and we add that to the 92,104.88, that's the number we should be looking for.
Okay, city.
Yeah.
Confirm.
thank you.
Yeah, your calculator confirmed what the calculator on it. Oh, he didn't do it for you. You're going to heavy life. Get me. Correct. 706, 136. I think we got 3 of them. So, city attorney, what's
So it looks like it is 706, 137 and 38 cents. Yes.
So the slide request is a typographical. What's in our packet is the right number, and the resolution in the packet reflects the right number.
Okay. So we'll just take that slide down. And then we'll refer to the agenda recommendation. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Just, and I'm not sure, well, I'll ask them then. On the funding possibility, How many years left we have on Measure X? Because that's a large portion of our dollars to be concerned about if roads are so important.
I'm gonna have to get back to you on that. Yeah, on the Measure X funding. I don't,
If we get about $1 million a year on that's a significant dollar. I think we're coming to the end of that cycle because I think you were part of that. City manager was part of that plan. Is it, and this is for the city manager, I guess, the 25% that we collect, that was such a good idea, from the surplus, could we, based on the, and increase it to 40% to help the overall cost of the.
That's a budget decision for the council when the budget is presented.
So I'll assume that's a yes. And then the only other and wonderful report. I mean, you guys do such a great job as far as your presentation and what you do and the impact that we all see, I think, daily on the streets and the comments. But a couple of people mentioned 2 areas today, then I drove them and I walked them actually, both of them. The Mescal Street from Mescal and Eagle Park to Broadway looks kind of bumpy. And the lower part of San Pablo from Fremont to Noche Buena, it looks like from Noche Buena and up was done and it looks clean. It's just not that complete task as such, kind of like the work that you did on Yosemite. It wasn't a complete process. And though some residents mentioned that, I walked it, I saw it, and in your viewing or reviewing stuff, I just wanted to throw that as considerations for the base on the part of some residents and my observation. That's all. Thank you. And again, your efforts are much appreciated, and I think everybody sees the results. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah, no, I think we got a good system. I think the engineers pick the roads that they pick at the time that they pick. And, that's a good system. We don't want to get in front of that system because there's so much need in the whole city, right? And I do look forward to, like you said, the surplus, if there's any surplus, how we can fund more roads. But that's for the ensuing year, is that correct? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's for 2026. Okay. All right, anyone else? Public comments open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Linda Cunningham, Homeless Committee, speaking as a citizen. Once again, I cannot thank the city council, the mayor, our pavement experts, Public Works. I use the C-Click Fix app. I use it as the app. I didn't even know there was a website. I recommend it. I'm like the pothole. I don't know. I'm the #1 pothole reporter, because if you report a pothole gets filled. If you don't report a pothole, I know this is going to shock people, that pothole will not get filled. So if you're not using the C-Click Fix app, I highly recommend it. I'm grateful the city uses it. I can't thank the city enough for the money they've spent. I'm serious. I'm sure Grandview between Circle and Ord Grove was the absolute worst street in Seaside, and now it has to be one of the best streets in Seaside. I support this funding on this, and I do have to say, when we're looking at future options, and I do agree, the ones that get the slurry, we got to keep those ones from falling down. But that section of Ord Grove where the island, what I call the skinny islands, it's really deteriorating. We're going to lose that. And those big trucks that go up to the cemetery are also on that road, which I don't think they're on. And the fire truck uses Ord Grove a lot. Those are just extra heavy trucks. And again, I can't thank the city enough. And I really dread when our Measure X $1 million, because it was really sad to see we're spending $1 million a year. It could be zero. We're going to end up in the same place. But I'm grateful the city's spending that money. And I hope we can find a way to have more money so we can have more road work. And again, thank you all so much for making this a priority. You can really see the difference, and people who say they don't see a difference, you know what? They're not looking for the difference because it is everywhere in town. And again, thank you so much for what you're doing. I truly appreciate it.
Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment on this item.
I thank you. Public comment is closed. Bring it back to the dais. What is the will of the council?
I'll make a motion on item 11B in the amount of $706,137.38.
Second.
And probably move that we adopt item 11B, staff recommendation. On the question, any comments? Anybody got any comments? I do want to thank staff and all they're doing, and the consultancy as a team to maximize the little dollars that we have to do as many roads as we have done. And, you know, people, when it was just said by someone where, you know, you're everywhere in town, you know, sometimes we see roads and they're being done, and then some people ask, why is that road being done? But, and I even asked, why is that road being done? It didn't seem bad to me. But the thing is, we having the experts choose the roads at the time that they're being done, and that's the way we should keep on going. And then I, like everyone else, I do think for the council, you know, just like we talked about Yosemite for a couple of years, and we finally was able to program that complete in there. Or Grove is pretty, you know, they got limbs growing out the street up there, right? So, but that's figuring out how the council can do that. I don't want to get in between the engineers and the streets that they pick, using the methods that they pick. But how do we find more money to do more roads? I know all the council members support that concept, so we're going to have some conversations with the engineer to figure out how best to get that done, scraping together the little money that we have. So all those in favor, use reconciled vote, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Abstentions? Hearing none, ayes have it, motion carried. What is that? I'm getting a note that we need to take a break. So we'll just stand in recess into the sound of the gavel. Take a break. Ready? We're open, rolling? Okay, all right, peoples. Let's go to item number 11C. Adopt a resolution approving additional scope of work and contract amendment for a playground at Lincoln Cunningham Park, Phase 1 Arterial Trail Project for an amount not to exceed $742,800. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Somehow, just randomly, the last thing on the agenda is a playground.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Pleasure to present this again. This presentation will actually be made by Andres, our senior engineer, soon to be Assistant Public Works Director. But we've got some exciting improvements, additional scope of work that could be added to the Lincoln Cunningham Park. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Andres.
So, Mr. Mayor, thank you. City Manager, Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm really here to ask for your permission to add additional scope to the existing contract and to the work that's been approved out there. Primarily, that's to add the 5 to 12-year-old park to the project, and it's also the $742,000 is to increase a contract amount. It's not necessarily to add additional budget. Most of the budget is there in the existing contract, but it's to increase the contract amount, increase the allowance I'm allowed to spend with the contractor. So going on to the next slide. Great. So for a few years now, the city of Seaside has been pushing parks in particular as a priority. Lincoln Cunningham Park was in dire need of repairs and upgrades. And in 2023, the staff went out and worked with the community to develop a master plan for Lincoln Cunningham and Havana Sleece parks. The drawing you see in front of you is the master plan that they came up with. It includes a basketball court, a multi-use trail that you see that connects all the cul-de-sacs and a safe route to school through the park, a 5 to 12-year-old play area, a 2 to 5-year-old play area, a central plaza community area for people to meet and have picnics, and a fitness area. And then the park in general is bordered by open space, green space, and space that we're very proud to have FOSTA manage, native plant and native pollinator space that we're happy to have. The phase 1 trail work that is currently under contract is basically the trail. It includes the project currently does include storm drains associated with the trail, and the sidewalks at the termination of the trail and ADA parking on Lincoln Street. But essentially, it's the trail. That's what's currently in the contract. In addition to the trail, there are some temporary structures that we're going to allow. If I have my pointer here, there was a temporary path that was going to connect the south end of the trail up to the north end on the far side of the basketball court, and then a lot of temporary planting and temporary hydro seeding and stuff that goes to restabilize the soils. While we wait for and get additional funding for repairing the park. What we are proposing to do is as much of the amenities, I'm calling these the amenities, to add as much of the amenities as we possibly can currently before or during this project. We primarily are going to build the 2 to 5-year-old play area, but in addition to that, we're going to put in at least the concrete work that defines the postage area where the fitness place is going to be. We're going to put in the patio for the central plaza, and we're going to put in the concrete work around the 2 to 5-year-old play area. So, and all the underground infrastructure. Well, what we're hoping to do is put in these play areas and the concrete work and all the underground infrastructure so that we don't ever have to come back with heavy equipment. We don't have to shut down the park again, and we don't have to do another major construction project. That's what's left will be infilling the 2 to 5 year old play area, infilling the fitness area whenever we figure out what exactly we want to do there. And planting and landscaping, things like that, but not bringing back major construction and not shutting down the park again, and not having to put in temporary hydro seeding and temporary soil stabilization or temporary pathways that would just have to be ripped out again as we move forward. The project savings. So the project originally had a $1.849 million budget, very substantial budget. The low bid came in with a huge amount of savings, a $315,000 savings from the next bid, including all the additive alternates. So much of that money is just in the project coming in below the engineer's estimate. In addition, the NIC on November 21st approved $160,000 in particular to put towards the 5 to 12-year-old play area, and they also approved some other small funds for benches and a barbecue, I believe. Additional savings. There's a substantial amount of savings that can be gained by completing the work now, because we won't have to spend the money rebidding. We won't have to install temporary equipment. We won't have to take back out temporary facilities that we put in. In addition, if we go ahead and award this change now or approve the additional contract funding now, we greatly reduce the community impact because we do the work at one time instead of having to shut the park down in the future, preventing people from walking through it, enjoying it, and using it as a route to school. So in addition, we have looked for ways to make that full $740,000 budget. And there is a substantial surplus account in the Bike Safe Grades upgrade project currently. In addition, there's a substantial amount of available funding in the street signs upgrade project. And so we would like to ask for permission to transfer surplus funding from those projects to the Lincoln Cunningham Park project as needed. And just to show you a few pictures of before and after, or before and during construction, the old pathways, if you remember, were gravel and really falling apart. I don't know if this would even get a 7 on the pavement index. It might not even be a 1 on the pavement index, and weeds and stuff throughout the park. So the park was desperately in need of work. And as you can see down below, this picture is taken up from the bottom of the bridge. We've got the pathway coming in. It's taking shape. I really think the design's great. The path is nice. It's not steep like this was. It's just a beautiful gradual path. It's completely ADA compliant through the whole 4,000 feet of pathway. Here's some more before and after, or before and current pictures. Same picture, basketball court. The pathways essentially are completely gone, and we've got nothing but weeds in the park. Now we're building, as you can see, this is all formwork that's currently in place for the new concrete, and the beginning of the patio is taking shape right now, right here. This has been leveled out. The patio takes shape, or before and after, before and current, and more progress pictures for you. So recommendation is to go ahead and award the additional scope, or approve the additional scope, and allow for the contract to be increased by $742,000. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there questions? Mayor Patel.
Yeah. First, congratulations on moving this forward with this idea, because I think not only does it move it forward, if you had to go out for a bid again, it delays the project. I think tying the contract to move forward on all this just makes a whole lot of sense. Just want to remind you that and I know you said it, but I just want to put it in for my memory and your memory as well. It did include money for picnic benches and a barbecue pit as far as the funding.
Right.
The only area that I have a serious problem with, and maybe we can use the money if it's all what the council wants, obviously. I have a problem with the fitness area. I don't think personally that's a good idea. I didn't think it was a good idea when it was initially brought forward. I think fitness areas visibilities has value, be it Catino Park, because that was a fitness area discussion, or Laguna Grande Park between the church and the playground is a nice grass area because of the traffic there. And you're also adding maybe 2 years down the road, a nice walkway. When you have events there, be it at the same thing at Catino Park, you get the more interactivity. I could see saving that cement for, I don't know, a grass passive area, a soccer field, even a wall climbing if you want to use cement for the kids to play in, or additional playground, whatever it be. But I think that area for fitness, I'm just personally, obviously I wouldn't stop anything from moving forward on this thing. I'm just throwing that because you haven't gone further. But I'm just personally very opposed to the fitness area because of all those reasons. I have visibility, increases attention, increases usage, and I think we can do better. And I think that area can be better even with just open scent or a bunch of plants or whatever it be. I just think we need to personally, whenever the council gets to that, revisit that or relook at that or whatever. But congratulations. And I also want to congratulate, rumor has it that I heard from other people, staff or whoever, you're very good at, and this is one of my frustrations, moving contracts to complete the job on task. You know, I've heard comments from the public and even seeing the workers work. What I've seen is there's much more movement, much more readily, and I guess you're this, for lack of a better word, the stick behind making things happen and pushing things to get done in a timely way. So on that, I want to thank you for your efforts in that area. Thank you.
Any other comment, Councilmember Miller?
Thank you. I'm just having a little bit of difficulty with the numbers. Can we go back to the slide, maybe 5 back? Going with the MPE amount. Okay, so this one, yes. So MPE was awarded 994,000, but we had already budgeted 1.8 million.
That's correct.
So the difference we just didn't use.
There's a substantial amount of the budget that wasn't used. There is almost $300,000 in engineering contracts out there and almost $200,000 in construction management contracts out there. Not all of that's going to get spent too. And, you know, I'm trying to clawing back as much money as I can out of those contracts. But the 300,000 is essentially surplus from coming in lower than engineering estimates.
So, and then on a future slide, maybe 4 or 5 future, it talks about taking money from this here, talking about using money from bike safe grade upgrades and street sign upgrades projects. Why do we need to take the money from those if we have
the 300,000 plus the 160,000 plus the change comes out to around 500 and something $1,000. It doesn't make the full $740,000. The bike safe grade project is another project that I've been working on, and I asked our construction manager to give us a rebate or to reduce their contract amount, and they've sent me a letter for a reduced contract amount. So I'm hoping to apply that money to the project. I think it's much better to invest it in the park. It's much more valuable to the community to invest in the park. The street signs project is another one that we recently identified that has surplus funding. We did all the upgrades to the street signs that we were planning to do. So we have 500,000 hard right now. The project is in construction. There's a lot of things changing. There's contingency amounts in all of my subcontracts with my design engineers, with my construction managers, and with my contractors. I'm trying to get as much of that back and apply it. Basically, apply as much of the existing account as I can. I don't have all the finished numbers. I have, I don't have them, so I've identified a few surplus projects that we can draw on if we need that money.
No, you provided a great explanation and thank you for answering my question so clearly. So roughly from these two accounts we're taking roughly 300. Is that fair to say?
I think it's about 200, 500 something plus the contingencies, and then about 200 from these two. So yeah.
200. And then that would give us the full price.
And that gives us the full price, right?
Thanks for all your answers.
Anyone else at this time? I think I have a couple. I thought we talked about hydro seeding before. We tried that before and then we didn't water it and then, we paid for the seeding, but it didn't take because we didn't water it. Is that what we're talking about doing again?
There is a portion of work that's hydro seeding. We have substantially revamped the specifications for the hydro seeding. The current plan, what's out there right now, as you can see in the pictures, is a massive seed bank of weeds. And there's very limited water in the city. So the idea of watering and establishing plants is really difficult. What we have in the current plan, and I don't know what was done in the last plan, we have in the current plan with the hydro seeding is the first, it's a detailed plan, but it says we're going to water the ground and we're going to go ahead and we're going to kill everything that's out there. So we're going to force the weeds that are there to germinate and we're going to kill them. Then we're going to fertilize the crap out of that. We're bringing in 120 yards per acre of fertilizer, and that's in a contract. So we're going to actually take that sand and the currently non-hospitable, weed field that you have out there, and we're going to add 120 yards of compost per acre. So we're going to add a substantial amount of compost. Then we're going to hydro seed. And we have a great native plant mix that we worked on with Dr. Foster Simon and a biologist. We have a strong native plant seed that also has a soil amendment in there because we have slightly acidic soils. So we have a soil amendment to balance out the pH of the soil. We're going to plant it. We're going to water it from water out of the lake, out of Laguna Grande Lake that we have from some of our wells, and we use for some of our current park watering right now. We're requiring the contractor to water for 120 days, which is the establishment period for those native plants that we've selected in the hydro seed mix. And we require that if there's not 50% germination, they have to do everything else. They have to do it over again on their budget. So we have a much tighter spec this time. It should work. And hydro seeding, native plants are beautiful. What FOSTA does is amazing. I completely appreciate it. It's a huge area and it's disturbed. And hydro seeding, I think, is the way a contractor can do it in an industrial scale, to meaningfully stabilize the soil.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, kind of agreeing with the mayor, and this is based on my memory here, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. Last time they hired seated by the basketball courts, I think it was just this part I'm trying to remember. It was not encouraged because as soon as, and I saw them literally probably every fourth day watering at the company. And after their 30-day window of watering or whatever they did to make sure, and remained fenced in. Soon as that stopped, within a month, stretching the imagination, the weeds grassed, took over, and had total ownership of that area. So I respect and admire what you do and what I've seen you do. I'm just concerned. I know at Catino Park, it worked by the Boys and Girls Club. That worked very effectively and well because that's a beautiful grass area. I'm just concerned. And I also remember this. There's somebody, and again, before your time, had agreed to work with FOSFA in coordinating the weeding versus the non-weeding versus the grass. I don't know if that's done or not done. I remember the amount of warnings given about the grass area and the massive takeover of the weeds, and it was a negative impact. And the time and the money that we spent to do that. So I don't know if that was what you were saying, but if that was your implication, I just remember that, and I'm hoping the amount of work you said that we're going to do, and maybe the insurance the company will do, will make it worth it. Just be cautious, I guess, is my hope. Thank you, and I'm sorry.
Fine. Will there be lights out there?
We put in all the conduits for lighting, but we don't have in the funding the lighting. We
It'll
don't.
be ready.
It's ready, and when
Funding.
when we go forward and finish the lighting.
And then, I want to go to, when you take about 100,000 out of the street signs upgrade, we know roughly about how much is left?
According to Monty, we are done upgrading the street signs per the street sign plan that we were working on.
We're done, huh? I see a lot of street signs that need to be done. Especially that one over there by the Costco gas station, right? So it's up for the council to figure out how to put money back in there, but I see why you're taking it out now. Okay. I'm gonna close with it. I thought the before and after pictures were good. So whoever's doing that, engineering, you guys are doing a good thing, same angle before and after. That really shows where the money is going, and that's what the public wants to see. So I appreciate that. Let me see. All right, I think we'll take it out to the public. Public comment is open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use your raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Reese, and I'm the Lincoln Cunningham steward, and I'm on the board of Friends of Seaside Parks. And I just wanted to say how much we appreciate the Public Works Director and the senior engineer's proposal to add to the scope of work, because I think it really makes a lot of sense to put the money in now, because the park is shut down and the neighbors really miss being able to use the park. And to get it all done now rather than have to shut the park down again would really, it's a really good idea to move forward with this. And we also appreciate their resourcefulness at bringing in different funds from different places. And we're just so excited about the prospect that we might get a playground in there this year, because we really thought that what was going to happen was the trails were going to get done. And then we were going to be looking at, a little bit of greenery and a lot of concrete trails. So the idea that we're going to get the playground in is awesome. The idea that we might get the pad in for the patio is awesome. That's incredible. And we just really appreciate the engineering department's efforts to work with FOSPA, to listen to us, and by extension, to listen to neighbors' concerns and ideas. And we really appreciate that openness. And it makes a real difference, because we're the ones that are talking to the neighbors. I work in Havana Solis Garden all the time, and these people come and talk to me all the time about what they want to see. And so we can translate that into what the park really is going to look like. So thank you.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, no other members of the public have come forward to make public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the dais. What is the will of the council?
I'll make a motion to approve 11C and then offer comment. Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded on the question. Mayor Pro Tem.
I hope completing the park with these correct addition will almost make the park complete, and to me it will. Hopefully you consider if there's a way via the council and the other way. I think there was walkway lights in the past. If that can be considered somehow, I think it would add, because since it's such a beautiful walkway, and I would hope it would get greater use, and obviously vandal-proof lights. But if that can be any way considered, or if you find an extra dime or two, I just think it would add to the flair, the overall, because people do walk early evening kind of thing, or just be a safe thing, but just for a thought, when it comes back, or if we find an extra couple dimes. Thank you.
Anyone else? I thought they did say they were wired at 4 lights. Is that correct?
Yeah, we ran all the conduits underneath.
No, don't, just come up to the mic, please, and speak to the mic.
Thank you. We're putting all the conduits in place currently for the lighting. I don't have the lighting in the budget now, but we're preparing it so we don't have to cut any new concrete or at least trench again.
Right, no, that's what I was just confirming, right? And it's for next year's budget or whenever the council finds some money to do the lights. So I was just confirming that, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to thank staff and the engineering department for seeing this thing for what it was and meaning why just stop at the trails when you're already in there? Why come back and have to drive heavy equipment over the trails? That's been my worries all along. And so when this idea came up, it made sense to go ahead and complete the park with as much as we can do, because it may be a while before we get back into that park with any substantial amount of money. And so it makes sense to do it all now as much as we can. All those in favor use the regular sign voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Abstentions. Hearing none, ayes have it. Motion carried unanimously. We'll move to item number 12, which is council members' request. Yes.
In March, we'll start the Monterey Bay Union season. So I'd like to possibly discuss ways that we could collaborate with them for their season. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else about any future agendas or just anyone else? No. I know that we need to start having that conversation here soon about how the funding to the NIC is working and how do we possibly make revamps to that. And so I don't know exactly when that'll be on the agenda, but I'll just throw that out there again, starting anew. And then also we're gonna talk about upcoming suggestions for changes to boards and commissions and update that ordinance fairly soon. All right, follow up. Yeah, of course. Councilmember Garcia.
I just have a small request. I mean, over the past few days and weeks, I've been receiving inquiries from the constituency, and I just want to know if this council would be up for discussing our sanctuary city status and just reaffirming that commitment that the city of Seaside has.
Don't we have a commitment?
We do, but just revisit it if possible to see if we want to add
You
it.
got something you want to say?
I was just confirming to revisit. Is that what you're
Yeah.
asking for? Yes.
Okay. And that reminds me of something too. I want to definitely will put on the agenda the well, I was going to do it underneath my comments, but it was highlighting Know Your Rights training. Supervisor Eskew reached out, said that she's already in discussions of trying to bring that training and information to the city in various ways, working with the Blue Room Task Force for Youth Violence Prevention. But I think it is something that the council needs to talk about how many different ways and how to make sure there's no gaps in that, right? There's no gaps from our understanding about that information being pushed out. So we'll figure a way to put that on the agenda so you guys can we can talk about it. But I want to appreciate the Supervisor Eskew for leading the charge and working with us, and we look forward to working with her and the Board of Supervisors in that area. Okay, all right. Anything else? Anyone else? Okay, Let's go to city attorney, city managers, city council, and mayor's comments and reports on committee assignments. City attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. I was honored over the holiday season to have a little time to volunteer at some wonderful holiday functions in the city. One was the older adult holiday luncheon, which was December 21st. And had a great time steaming broccoli and making mac and cheese and serving our citizens of Seaside at that luncheon. I also was able to volunteer at the Bethel Missionary Baptist Church food distribution giveaway, helping that group set up the tables and prepare for the food distribution. And I really enjoyed doing that. So had a wonderful holiday season, and I hope everybody here did too. And I'm looking forward to a fabulous 2025. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two things. I'm not going to be sitting in this chair too much longer, and I just observed in this meeting that the creativity and collaboration of staff is really something that's impressive to me, and the next person's going to get to inherit that. And I just didn't want that to not be discussed a little bit. So, you know, you see a staff across multiple departments doing fireworks stuff that no other city around here is doing, trying to make Seaside an even better place to live in. And then you see staff getting some information about CDBG funding and not just saying, well, it was us, but then figuring out a solution to how do we optimize every dollar of federal funds that we can get. And you see our human resources department not taking the first no and getting clawing back $480,000. You watch a presentation on the very difficult and large scale challenge of managing a street network, and it's done, you know, at the highest level of professionalism. And then you see, you know, our multiple departments figuring out how do we collaborate with the citizens and commissions and do more than what anybody expected at Lincoln Cunningham Park. And it's just really fantastic. And I just wanted to note that. And then secondarily, and maybe just as important, on Monday, we might have heat in the building. We're doing a little bit of testing downstairs. And if the tests go the way that we hope, Monday might be the day that we have heat. And if not, you know, just wear your vest again on Tuesday.
Well, why don't you tell the public why you don't have heat? They like me to pay the bill.
Right. So, you know, we had a little bit of a challenge downstairs. We had a little flood. And whenever that happens, you have to clean everything up really well and make sure that there's no mold or anything going on. So all that work is going on, and we did some testing downstairs, and you know, the tests are now at the lab, and if it comes back and there's no bacteria found, then we'll turn the heat back on because we turned the heat off so that we didn't recirculate anything that might be going on downstairs. It was kind of like being here during the pandemic when we turned the ventilation off, you know, to make sure that nobody was breathing air that came from anywhere else. But Monday might be the day.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have two things. The holiday luncheon, I think the whole council was there. It was wonderful on the 21st. And then also the youth summit. Great to see the Oldemeyer Center packed with youth. Even heard from, I think it was the Attorney General on the screen of California. Pretty remarkable that he addressed Seaside and Seaside's youth. So we support that, of course. And then I did have a CHS meeting, and there's some things coming down the pipeline with them in regards to the city. And AMBAG is canceled for this month. So that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Burks.
Holiday lunch, New Year's Eve lunch. It was great to have some time off and to be able to volunteer with our older adults. I was also at Bethel Food Basket Giveaway, and great to see families getting food and toys and just much needed necessities. And also being able to participate in the Seaside Rising 3rd Annual Youth Summit. It was great to see a huge variety of students that maybe would not have interacted outside or in school to be there together. Even kids from outside of Seaside came in to learn and be a part of a leadership program. So it was very positive.
Councilmember Garcia Rosallo.
Time really does pass by. I literally forgot of all the things that we've done since our last meeting. So if I do mention things that I already mentioned before, just bear with me. Cereal with Santa with the council. We were there after the stormy weather that we had faced. So it was good. And thank you, Recreation, for offering that space so our community could go and charge their electronics as well. I did the senior holiday giveaway with not the senior holiday giveaway, it was the basket giveaway at Bethel Church with with Councilwoman Burks. We also did the seniors holiday luncheon. Wonderful to be there with council and spend some time with our senior citizens. I know someone said that we don't invest in our senior citizens. I think that's just a clear example of what we're committed to doing and do all year round. New Year's luncheon as well. Again, thank you, Dan and the recreation team, for an amazing work, always making sure that our seniors are taken care of. I also, on New Year's Eve, I visited CPY and did care packages for our incarcerated youth. So it was a great morning spending my time with them, getting to know the staff and getting to know a little bit more about the history of CPY and their mission and their dedication to our youth and rehabilitation as well. I don't know if I mentioned the swearing in ceremony last time, but just want to thank everybody for the city clerk for that amazing ceremony as well. Let's see what I have. The Youth Summit from Building Healthy Communities, great event to have our youth there. Great speaker from the Department of Justice, illustrating the importance of community and his commitment to our youth as well. I don't think I'm missing anything other than that anymore. Oh, I do want to thank our fire department for sending out that strike team to Southern California. It really shows the commitment and the service to our region. And it's not just Seaside, it's throughout the whole state. And when someone faces these types of issues, we all get together and showcase resilience. I also want to give a shout out to Chief Borges for the amazing news coverage we've been receiving lately, the cutting edge technology that you've been implementing in our communities. And thank you for bringing transparency, trust into our community and reinforcing that commitment from day one. I just love seeing that we're having a positive spin to our police department and highlighting these great successes that your department and your personnel are doing as well. So thank you for that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I attended the Seaside Fossil Park cleanup at Havana Solis, a really large group of volunteers. They celebrated a new mural at the park, and they did a lot of planting. Attended the Laguna Grande Park Joint Power meeting. Staff did a good job on this, providing information on the status of the permit process to move forward on the Laguna Grande improvements to include our walkway around the park. The permit effort is on schedule, and we are hopeful, at least I'm hopeful, of some limited visual improvements by the end of 2025. I think we all attended the New Year's Eve event. It was festive, creative, and seemingly everybody had a great time. And I attended the Monterey Salinas Transit meeting. We had a strategic planning meeting, and the leadership received a check for over $22 million from the federal government to move forward with the SURF project. And construction of the program is scheduled to begin by May of 2025. They say April, but I'm going to give them a month.
Thank you. Yeah, I think December was a blur because I left a lot of stuff off my little list, but I want to, the older adults program at the Odermeyer was well done for Christmas and New Year's. And we want to thank that team that does that, and particularly the the chef, Nancy Black, for all what she does to make sure all of those older adults really appreciate the meal that they received. And what I tell them all the time, city manager, is that as we do our welcome is we appreciate them coming and enjoying themselves as older adults. And we acknowledge that they all don't live in Seaside. We have people from Carmel, Pacific Grove, Monterey, Saint City, Delray Oaks, and probably a little bit further places than that come for a wonderful meal, friendships, and little networking, get out the house at a very reasonable price. I don't know if we come a year, it may have to be some inflation charged in the tickets, but the point is, they all don't live in Seaside, but they know how Seaside treats their older adults. And so that's why I was a little taken aback when someone said earlier about, it's seniors that say we don't treat them or spend enough money on them. This council every month meets with our seniors and we run into them at different places. And like I said, I never heard any one of them say, give me more so the kids can have less. They don't do that. They appreciate what we do, and we do a great job of providing those services for them. Again, the recreation department did a whole bunch of things during December. Cereal with Santa. They did the Winter Wonderland. It's people from other communities really amazed how we get snow. We call it snow. It's a mound of ice. But the thing is, when you go look at those kids, they can be, they know they're not at the North Pole, right? Let's not exaggerate. But when they're smiling, it don't make a difference where they're at. They're smiling on a mound of ice in the city of Seaside. And we all know as kids, if you're smiling, you're having a good time. So let's not take it away from them by saying, oh, it's ice. It's not really snow. It's a little patch, right? And so we do a lot. And I just want to thank, like the city manager said, we do quite a bit with not a lot of resources. Attended the Greater Victory gift giveaway. The Bethel Baptist Church had a gift giveaway and Thanksgiving and Christmas food giveaway. The Hemp Plaza had a great present giveaway for those kids, and I know they really appreciate what the council did to help with that. So we want to say thanks for that. Attended like everyone else, the third annual Seaside Youth Rising. That group is really coming together. They're bringing other youth together. And as those kids continue to mature in our community, they're just going to pass that down to the kids that are looking up at them at this point in time. And so it's really a good investment for the city of Seaside to support building healthy communities and our Seaside Youth Rising program. They had this panel where some of those kids, they're on their third year with this group, and they're talking about, quite a few of them talking about, going to college, staying in school, staying with it, becoming mature adults. And then this one young lady, part of that building health communities is they go into, I think, Seaside High and have Wellness Wednesdays. And this one young lady said that she really wasn't into Wellness Wednesday. She really wasn't talking about being part of that group. What is Deja's last name? We know Deja. Deja Robinson kept calling the young girl and say, come on out. You need to be part of this. Be part of this. Don't be a young person just out on your own, hanging out with the other kids. Be part of that. And the girl said, if she wouldn't have kept calling me, I wouldn't be here on the stage today talking about 2 years of being Wellness Wednesday and talking about I'm going to college. That's what struck me. She was strong enough to admit that if this person wasn't calling her, she wouldn't have been in the program, but that program said you need to be going to school, and now she's going to college. So it's a great investment for the city of Seaside that we did that. Attended the Seaside Groundwater Basin Water Masters meeting. And so that's going forward. We want to continue how to push back and how do we find more water to put in the basin so we can stave off groundwater intrusion. Attended the Seaside County Sanitation District meeting. doing some good things over there. I still have some concerns with how Seaside maybe not being treated in the proper respect that we need to have. And so I plan on having a discussion about how can Seaside make sure that our citizens are not put at a disadvantage in that district. But we got good partners, but sometimes you have to tell your partners, hey, you know, straighten up a little bit, right? In my opinion, right? I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm just saying in my opinion. North Salina Mosquito Abatement District attended that meeting. Mosquitoes are still out there, so we ask you guys to, in your property, in your areas, get rid of standing water. It doesn't take a lot of water in your backyard or the side of your house to, have mosquitoes germinate in your area. Attended the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District meeting. Was proud and happy to have been elected as the vice chair. So I'm glad to be able to do that. And hopefully we can make sure that we figure out ways to lift the CDO. We're working at that. And so we can try to bring more water to the peninsula cities. With the Mayor Pro Tem attended several park cleanups. Again, FOSPA is doing a great job out there. Need to make sure we support FOSPA because when you come out there, it's a way that neighbors in that neighborhood come out, see us fixing up, cleaning up the park, and they come out and they help, and we can grow that and that volunteerism. I talked already about trying to make sure we have a partnership with the county as it relates to know your rights training. And so we just need to make sure we avail ourselves of those opportunities and don't just try to do the minimum. We're going to do as much as we can. I thought, like Councilmember Garcia Zola said about the abilities during when the power was out, that people was able to go to the Odomar and plug in for. I'm trying to figure out the name for all your electronics for safety reasons. Don't come down there to try to just plug in electricity for something that doesn't have to do with your safety, but cell phones and this and that, computers. And the point is, how do we increase capacity? How do we make it easier for them to come down there? Is that quick charge? Whatever. A person may not have 2 hours or an hour to sit and actually just charge the phone. But if we have more capacity, then more people can do that. And that should be part of our safety plan and safety recovery plan. I want to thank the fire strike teams that went out. I don't know about who's listening to my voice, but I know a lot of us here in Seaside know people that lost their homes in the fire. And we appreciate the fire people responding to the call to go down there. And our hearts go out to those individuals, but we're proud that our firefighters went down there, go down there. And I was talking to someone, they said, hey, your fire people went down there. And what they didn't know is you guys go to all the fires, right? And I said, no, they go down there. They went down there just like they went up north, if called, right? And so in mutual aid. So it's just one of those things that you just can't pass by without saying thank you guys for that, because our hearts go out with those individuals out there. I don't want to call them victims. They're not victims. They just lost their home, people lost their lives, but they're not victims. And then the police chief, you just keep on punching. Just keep on punching, chief. You just keep going. Whatever we can do, you just let us know. We're going to help you. Keep a punching above your weight and keep bringing safety and security to this community. And we appreciate that. And there's really nothing we can say, but keep moving. If you ever need anything, you just raise your hand, you say what you need. Because you're really doing what we need to do. And the city manager made a comment about what all you guys doing as staff with what little bit. And And I reflect on as individuals, you guys, you want to do the best you can, and I have more good words about him the last day here, but a lot of that is the philosophy that is being drilled down, that you guys as department heads are drilling down. And that's what we need. We need that philosophy. Because all those things you mentioned were, for me, wonderful turn on a dime. And I don't know if we've seen any of that too many times before. I'm not saying it's magic, but yeah, to claw back that money when nobody would have said, HR director, did you call them again for that money? Nobody would have said that. But she went ahead and clawed back that money. When you found this extra money, you guys went ahead and say, let's do some curbs with it. And so that's the philosophy that this council really wants to have, is whatever we have as resources, whatever we have, push back into the community, make it a better community. And so I'll just end with and try to do my part. I'm happy to say that towards the end of the year, I was lucky enough and fortunate enough to be voted in as president of the Cal City African American Caucus, which gives me a seat on the Cal City Board of Directors. And so I'll be sitting up there, and sometimes I go to a meeting and it may be a conflict here and there with the council meeting, but it's important that cities our size take our rightful place at the state level to advocate for local control and or things that a city of our size needs, and advocating on their behalf. I think it's a board of about 54, 57 elected officials out of a possible draw of about 2,700 elected officials. So I'm fortunate enough to have made it up there to that one of those seats. And then at our last district Monterey division meeting that represents the three counties, Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterey County, our president had to step down because she took another job. And as the first vice president, I have to step up and become president of the Monterey division. Again, another opportunity for me to advocate for the citizens of Seaside and the resources that we need from not only federal government and the state government, but it allowed me access to those individuals that hold those purse strings. And coming up here next week, I'll be going up to Sacramento to talk to our state legislators, assembly person. We're still planning on that time frame. I'm already locked in a meeting with the Senator Laird, and I also have a meeting with the Speaker of the House. And so, which would be an honor for me. But the advocacy is for how do we bring more resources to smaller communities? How do we bring more resources to the city of Seaside? And so we're going to continue to work as a council to bring those resources back to the citizens of Seaside and make sure our staff members have all that we can provide them so they can provide the services to our residents. And so that's just the little things I've been doing over the last 40 days. And that's why I said it started to be a blur. All right. So, yes, sir. Yeah.
Just have one comment, because just hearing everybody here today,
Yes.
in one of the news reports that highlighted Police Chief Borges' work, they started off by mentioning Seaside as a small town. I don't think we're a small town anymore. So just want to let that out there and say that we're doing good work.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. And right, and that's from their purview of really being in, in the bigger cities, right? But that's why I say he keeps punching above his weight. And we appreciate him for that. And we're in his corner. And anytime you need a little water thrown on you or something, or just let us know. All right. Let's continue on. We'll go to closed session. I ask the city attorney to read us in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. The council will meet in closed session on one matter of public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The position in question is the city manager recruitment. They will have a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Property in question is commonly referred to as the campus town specific planning area. Agency negotiators are city manager et al., negotiating parties, KBB, Seaside Venture, and the city of Seaside under negotiation, price, terms of payment, or both. They'll also have a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to the same code section. The property in question is the golf course hotel parcel located at 1 McClure Way, Seaside, California. Agency negotiators, city manager et al., negotiating parties are City of Seaside and KDG. Under negotiation, price, terms of payment, or both. And finally, they will have a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 on 2 matters of potential litigation. For the benefit of the public, I do not believe we will have any reportable action taken coming out of closed session this evening. That concludes my reading.
Thank you. Public comment is open on our closed session item.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, no members of the public have come forward to make public comment on the closed session items.
Public comment remains open on our closed session items.
Mayor, there are no attendees on Zoom and no one has come forward to make public comment on the closed session items.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed on our closed session items. We will move into closed session.